Chapter 568. Ninth Tier Immortal. The weakest among the first-tier immortals had a minimum combat power of 100,000. This was not considered the increase of the rules. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. He realized that he had underestimated immortals. That was true. If the gap between immortals and Empyrean Nirvana was not big, then it did not match the power of immortals. How much combat power does an immortal in the middle three tiers have? It's hard to say. Immortals who can reach the middle three tiers all have powerful trump cards. It's not easy to distinguish. In fact, with your current realm, it's not good to know too much about immortals. Instead, it's easy to create negative karma for cultivation. When you reach the Nirvana realm, it won't be too late to understand. Anyway, you know one thing. With your current strength, if you encounter immortals, run if you can. If you can't run, kneel down and surrender. See if you can find a chance to survive. As for anything else, I won't suggest it. From Godslayer's words, he could tell that he did not think highly of Qin Shujian. That was true. No matter how strong a fifth-tier Empyrean was, so what? Immortals were immortals. Powerhouses who had grasped the laws could never be compared to those who had not grasped the laws. Hearing that, Qin Shujian did not ask any more. Coming out of the courtyard, he went to the secret realm again. Walking into the main hall of the secret realm, a strong spiritual energy rushed to his face. The elder guarding the main hall had a rosy face and said with a smile, "Sect Master, you're free today. Well, I'll go in and take a look. Elder Wang, please open the door of the secret realm." Qin Shujian did not open the door of the secret realm himself this time. Instead, he let the other party do it. After all, the elder who controlled the secret realm would inevitably embarrass the other party if he came and did it on his own every time. "Oh, okay." Elder Wang nodded and then opened the door of the secret realm. Qin Shujian stepped inside. Entering the secret realm, another wave of even stronger spiritual energy rushed to his face. If the spiritual energy in the main sect was 1 before, then after Mu Yang appeared, the spiritual energy in the main sect was 3, the spiritual energy in the main hall of the secret realm was 5, and the spiritual energy here was 10. As for the secret cultivation rooms in the past, they were usually around 3 to 5. But there was a difference. Spirit stones were placed in the secret cultivation room, and then the spirit chi of the spirit stones would be confined in a narrow space with an array formation, thus increasing the density of the spirit chi. The god-slaying saber said, "The spirit race is really blessed by the heavens. With such dense spiritual energy, it is not much weaker than a spirit meridian. No wonder no race in the ancient times was willing to be enemies with the spirit race. If a powerful Eldar is able to take root in a clan, there will be many benefits." Qin Shujian nodded in agreement. He was no longer a novice like he used to be. He had a better understanding of ancient history. Eldar's strength wasn't very strong, but they were able to become one of the top ancient clans. In the end, it was because Eldar had friends all over the world. Many races were willing to openly protect the Eldar in order to have the Eldar as their leader. In this way, Eldar's clan wasn't very strong, but they had many friends. With a wave of their arms, experts from various clans would come to their aid. Under such circumstances, who would dare to provoke the Eldar? Walking into the secret realm, Qin Shujian took out the spirit stones that had exhausted their spirit chi from the storage ring, and then buried them in the secret realm. At this moment, a huge osmanthus tree was rooted in the center of the secret realm. At some point, buds had grown on the tree one after another. Sensing Qin Shujian's arrival, Mu Yang transformed into an avatar to greet him. "Sect Master." "Yes." Qin Shujian nodded, then looked at the other party's buds and said, "Eldar can reproduce on their own. Since you are a celestial, can you give birth to an Eldar?" Eldar also paid attention to inheritance. The more powerful an Eldar was, the stronger the Eldar's foundation would be, and the height that it could reach in the future would be higher than that of an ordinary Eldar. For example, the osmanthus tree. If Mu Yang could give birth to a descendant, then these descendants might be born as true martial artists, and then reach spirit martial artists or divine martial artists when they grow up. In the future, there would be a chance for them to break through to celestial being. Ordinary astrals, on the other hand, found it extremely difficult to break through. Speaking of which, it seemed a little unfair. But in fact, for many clans, it was a process of relying on one's ancestors. There was only one reason why it was unfair. The ancestors didn't work hard enough and couldn't leave behind a legacy. If the seniors worked hard, but the juniors behind them had to start like the others, it would be unfair to them. Therefore, if it was an ordinary Eldar, it would be fine. If Mu Yang could give birth to a descendant, it would be a good thing for Yuan Zhong. Looking at the childlike Mu Yang in front of him, Qin Shujian felt that the question he asked was a little inappropriate. However, Mu Yang was not surprised. Instead, he thought seriously and then answered, "The higher the realm of the Eldar, the less likely it is to give birth to a descendant. But if Sect Master doesn't mind, I can spread some seeds when it blooms in the future. Even if it doesn't work once or twice, after a long time, it should be able to give birth to some Eldar." To be honest, Mu Yang didn't have the idea of giving birth to Eldar, because he wasn't sure if Qin Shujian was willing to see a chance for Eldar to grow stronger. If he fell out with the other party over this, it was not what Mu Yang wanted. However, Qin Shujian didn't think so much. He had seen the benefits of Eldar. Among the thousands of clans, most of them were enemies with the human clan. On the contrary, Eldar didn't seem to have done anything. It could be seen that Eldar didn't have much ill feelings towards the human clan. In ancient times, the two clans could form an alliance. Then after ancient times, the two clans could also form an alliance. Now, excluding the sea region, Mu Yang should be the strongest Eldar in the eastern continent. From the looks of it, the probability of Mu Yang betraying them was not high. After all, full loyalty was still reliable. In that case, if some powerful Eldar were to be born, Mu Yang would also have the ability to unify and manage them. The Eldar absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their bodies would nourish it. Over time, the Yuan sect would be rich in spiritual energy and would be able to nurture enough powerhouses. After leaving the mystic realm, Qin Shujian stayed in the sect and lived in seclusion. During this time, he also contacted Sai Hanhai, Fang Xinglan, Yin Bancheng, and the others. The four-sect alliance could be considered to have an official meeting. Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng were very surprised. They didn't expect that Qin Shujian had unknowingly hooked up with the Fu Hai sect. Although the Fu Hai sect had kept a low profile for many years, their position as a top sect was unshakable. Now that there was one more top sect in the alliance, it was a good thing for both of them. The stronger the alliance, the higher their safety, the higher their safety. And in this way, the alliance would be more stable. However, apart from the Fu Hai sect, Qin Shujian didn't contact the other sects. Based on the current situation, the four-sect alliance was enough for now. The main reason was that Qin Shujian was not very familiar with the other top sects. No. Qin Shujian was a little familiar with the Nine Palace sect. Unfortunately, when he sent the message, he directly received the news that Qin Yuanbai was cultivating in seclusion. In the end, he could only leave it unsettled. The current eastern continent had fallen into a temporary peace. Whether it was the imperial court, the cultivation world, or the players, there were not many people who caused trouble. Everyone understood. This was the calm before the storm. The current eastern continent was like a barrel of explosives. They were waiting for the three major continents to be connected to blow each other to pieces. At this time, if anyone dared to be the first to ignite this barrel of explosives, they would all be waiting for death. Therefore, all the forces had a tacit understanding to remain calm, and the number of fights had decreased significantly. Buzz! A shocking sword cry rang out, piercing the clouds in an instant. Everyone in the main sect was alarmed. Qin Shujian looked in the direction of the sword cry with a faint smile on his face. Not bad. He re-entered the spiritual martial realm so quickly. In the Yuan sect, who was the strongest in the sword principle? There was no doubt. Test Gen Feng was number one. However, as the Yuan sect became a 6th grade force, Test Gen Feng destroyed his own cultivation and started cultivating from scratch. Now, after spending almost a year, he re-entered the spiritual martial realm. Although he was only at the first level of the spiritual martial realm. However, when Qin Shujian saw the sword cry and the soaring sword intent, he knew that Test Jianfeng had become stronger. His sword intent is quite pure. I didn't expect that there would be a good genius in the sword principle in your sect. Godslayer's voice rang out, and he praised Test Jianfeng. However, it was just praise. There were many experts and countless geniuses in the ancient human race. The human race was involved in all the Daos in the world. Among them were shocking geniuses in the sword principle. They were much stronger than the sword intent in front of him. Because he was used to seeing geniuses, Godslayer was not too surprised by Test Jianfeng. After saying a simple sentence, Li Yundong said. Godslayer commented again, his sword intent can be considered pure. In the future, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, there's a high chance that he can step into the celestial being realm. However, how far he can go in the future depends on his own fortune. Such a person can barely be considered a genius in the ancient human race. You can train him well. Unlike the ancient times, there aren't many people in the human race who are good. It's not bad to train a few powerful celestial beings. This sword intent. It was ordinary in the ancient times, but it was extraordinary now. Although Godslayer had not seen the cultivators in the world, when Qin Shujian built the city in the past, the people who came were almost all the top experts in the human race. Those so-called experts. Godslayer felt that it was unbearable to look at. Such cultivators were a dime a dozen back in the ancient times. Those who were really eye-catching were the 2 7th-level celestial being cultivators. There were not many good ones. Even Godslayer did not expect it. In at most a million years, the human race had weakened to such an extent. But looking at the current situation, it was not just the human race that had weakened. All the races were probably like this. The spiritual energy had decreased. The laws of heaven and earth were incomplete. All these factors added together caused the human race's experts to become fewer and fewer. The god-slaying saber could understand this as well. After all, more than half of the world had been shattered. How could the spiritual energy be good? The Emperor of Heaven was obviously forced to a dead end. That was why he had to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs to fight for a chance of survival for the myriad races. Perhaps this chance of survival was very slim. But at least there was a chance. If a supreme expert could be born from the myriad races, then there would be hope for them to lead the other races and restore the world to its former glory. Even if it was just in case. It was just in case. But at least it was much better than the myriad races being directly destroyed and the world being devoured by the demon abyss. In the courtyard. The dust on Test Jianfeng's body went in. After cultivating in seclusion for nearly a year, he had successfully stepped into the spirit martial realm. At this moment, Test Jianfeng was standing in the courtyard. The aura on his body was like an unsheathed divine weapon. His eyes were sharp as if the person standing there was not a human but a divine sword that soared into the sky. First level of the spirit martial realm, spirit god realm, Test Jianfeng walked over with his hands behind his back. A pure divine thought came out of his body and turned into a long sword that cut through the sky. The other people's spirit gods were almost all in their original form. But Test Jianfeng was different. His spirit god was not himself, but in the form of a sword. Then, Test Jianfeng waved his hand and opened the door of the courtyard. Outside the door, a few disciples were already waiting there. Seeing the door open, they immediately walked in. The moment they saw Test Jianfeng, they felt a dazzling sharpness sweep past them, forcing them to lower their heads. "Greetings, Master. Millimeter, you may rise." Test Jianfeng's voice was a little cold, but he also looked at his disciples and nodded in his heart. They were all in the spirit martial realm. This proved that these disciples had not neglected their cultivation during this period of time. He was also at the first level of the spirit martial realm. These disciples were also at the first level of the spirit martial realm. However, when these disciples faced Test Jianfeng, it was as if they were facing a terrifying expert. Test Jianfeng said indifferently, I haven't checked your cultivation progress for a year. Since you're all here, show me what you're capable of." While he was speaking, the other disciples' faces changed slightly, not knowing what to do. Test Jianfeng said, "Fight like me and use all of your strength. Otherwise, if you're seriously injured or unfortunately killed, you can't blame anyone." "Master." The disciples turned pale with fright. He said that he would check their cultivation progress. Why did he say that they would be seriously injured or killed? If it was someone else who said it, they would have thought it was a joke. But Test Jianfeng said it himself, so it could not be fake. Test Jianfeng looked indifferent and said, "Who's first?" They looked at each other. In the end, Xiao Junyi braced himself and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "Master, please advise me." "Millimeter, go ahead." Test Jianfeng put his hands behind his back and looked at him with praise. "Excuse me," Xiao Junyi said first, and in the next moment, he unsheathed his long sword. The cold sword qi caused the temperature in the courtyard to drop. Test Jianfeng took out a withered branch from somewhere. Looking at the long sword coming at him, he stretched it out like a stroke of genius. Suddenly, the sword qi dispersed. The withered branch seemed to have turned into a peerless weapon. It emitted a terrifying sword qi, which made Xiao Junyi's body tremble. A great fear descended on his heart. At this moment, Xiao Junyi did not dare to hold back. He took a step forward and his body turned into 7 shadows. The sword qi filled the sky and finally gathered into a shocking sword. 7 killing gods and ghosts against the stars. This was Test Jianfeng's move. He did not hold back at all for these disciples. "Not bad." Test Jianfeng nodded his head and praised. Then his eyes turned cold. The withered branch emitted a terrifying sword qi, which collided with the long sword like a rainbow. The withered branch broke upon contact. However, at the moment when the branch broke, a terrifying sword qi exploded and sent Xiao Junyi flying. After landing on the ground, Xiao Junyi spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was a little pale. The sight of this caused the remaining disciples to be filled with fear. F***ck. He spat out blood. Xiao Junyi was very strong, but Test Jianfeng was boundlessly strong. And it seemed that he really did not hold back. Test Jianfeng said, "Your sword attacks are not pure enough, and you are not decisive enough. If you do not have the determination to kill, you will not be able to bring out the true power of the 7 killing stars. If you can improve this, your power will definitely increase." "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Xiao Junyi understood. Just now, when he had tested the sword's edge, it had given him a feeling of death. That feeling was still lingering in his heart. Xiao Junyi had a premonition. If he could digest this feeling, his strength could indeed increase a lot. This increase, it had nothing to do with the breakthrough of the realm. Subsequently, Test Jianfeng tested the rest of the disciples. After teaching them a lesson, he drove them out. Not long after, Qin Shujian had already arrived. Sect Master. Seeing Qin Shujian, Test Jianfeng's face became much gentler. "A few days ago, when I saw you kill your spirit deity, I thought it would take you a long time to step into the spirit martial realm again. I didn't expect you to succeed in less than a year." Qin Shujian looked at Test Jianfeng in front of him and could not help but have a thought in his mind, showing off. This was the real showing of one's ability. In the past, Test Jianfeng also showed off his ability, but compared to this, it was far inferior. At this time, the other party gave him the feeling that the one standing here was not a person, but more like a sword. In ancient times, there were swordsmen who hid their edge, and there were also swordsmen who showed their edge. These two are completely different, and it's hard to say which is stronger. However, this person in front of me is naturally compatible with the sword principle. If he can break through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm, it will be much easier for him to comprehend the rules of sword principle. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer said faintly, "Any Tao would have its own controversies." In ancient times, there were great differences among the sword practitioners. Some sword practitioners thought that swordsmen should hide their edge, and only at the moment of drawing the sword could the edge be fully revealed, and the power to kill immortals and gods would be exerted. Some sword practitioners thought that swordsmen should show their edge, nourish themselves with battles, and become gods in one battle. It was obvious. Test Jianfeng took the latter path. Hearing Godslayer's words in his mind, Qin Shujian did not say anything. Test Jianfeng said, "Fortunately, the spiritual qi in the sect has increased a lot during this period. Otherwise, it would take some time for me to break through to the spirit martial realm." During this period, the main sect had changed. The one who benefited the most was Test Jianfeng. The increase of the spiritual qi in the sect had made his recultivation much smoother. Qin Shujian said, "Elder Test, the timing is just right. There will be a big battle soon. At that time, Elder Test will go with me." Okay. Test Jianfeng did not refuse. He was on the path of nourishing himself with battles. The more battles he fought, the faster his strength would improve. Test Jianfeng said, "Speaking of which, I have something to ask you, Sect Master." "What is it?" "I want to learn forging. I wonder if you can give me some advice, Sect Master," Test Jianfeng said sincerely. "Forging?" Qin Shujian looked at Test Jianfeng and frowned slightly. He seemed to understand a little. "If you want to practice swordsmanship, just practice swordsmanship. Why do you want to learn forging? Isn't this not a proper occupation?" It was not easy for the sect to have a seedling with potential, and now you are telling me that you want to change your occupation? Qin Shujian instinctively wanted to refuse. But just as he was about to speak, Godslayer's voice sounded in his mind again. "Teach him. Any powerful sword cultivator is a powerful artificer. A sword practitioner's sword has always been forged by himself. Only in this way can he truly reach the realm of telepathy. Even if it's a top-notch forging master, it's difficult for others to reach the realm of telepathy unless it has been nurtured for thousands of years. So, many sword practitioners do it themselves. Only in this way can they forge a suitable weapon for themselves." Godslayer's explanation made Qin Shujian change the words that came to his mouth. "Since Elder Test has decided to learn, how can I refuse?" "Thank you, Sect Master." Test Jianfeng bowed. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not reach out to stop him. He realized that for so long, it seemed that he had not really guided the sect's disciples in forging. This time, Test Jianfeng spoke. Qin Shujian was also interested, and the idea of guiding the disciples in cultivation emerged. In the next half a month, Qin Shujian stayed in the forging hall and explained forging to the few remaining forging masters in the forging hall, as well as Test Jianfeng, the newbie. Compared to the lively scene in the past, the current forging hall was only a few kittens. However, those who could still stay in the main sect were basically geniuses in forging or forging masters who were about to break through to the master realm. Such people would stay in the main sect. Once they had a chance to break through, they would be assigned to various branches. This half a month was also the most exciting half a month for the forging masters in the main sect. Even Shen Yuqing was unable to contain her excitement. Although he had broken through to the master realm, in terms of forging achievements, he was thousands of miles away from Qin Shujian. Everyone had their own pursuits. But before breaking through to the master realm, Shen Yuqing's goal was to become a forging master. But when he became a forging master, he hoped that one day he could reach the master realm. Who else in the world could guide a forging master to the master realm? Then if Qin Shujian claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. The title of the best forging master in the world was not a rumor. In half a month, Qin Shujian ended the lecture. It was not that he had finished. Forging was so vast that it was definitely not something that could be finished in half a month. There were two reasons why he stopped the lecture. One was because with the level of the forging masters in the forging hall, they could only digest so much. There was another reason. It was because the time was up. 1 year, the time to break the restriction of heaven and earth was up. P.S. The author can't eat anymore. Please support the original. I am decent on the Chidian Chinese network. Chapter 569. Heaven and Earth Restriction. 4 majestic cities tightly surrounded this place. Compared to a few months ago, each city now had over 1 million soldiers. The soldiers here. They were not ordinary soldiers, but the true elites of the Great Jiao. Apart from that, the experts of the imperial court also continuously came and were stationed in the city. In a short period of time, the city was built like an iron bucket. The teleportation gates in the city flashed one after another. One after another, cultivators walked out from the inside. Is this the gate to the eastern continent? It is indeed extremely majestic. Someone looked at the surrounding scene and the aura of iron and blood in shock. Hearing that, a cultivator beside him smiled and said, "You must know that this city was built by Sect Master Qin of the Sky Origin Sect. The title of the #1 blacksmith in the world is not just for show. It is rumored that although this city is a spirit artifact, even a Dao artifact cannot break it. With the existence of these 4 cities and the diviner experts of the imperial court, this place is already impregnable." The 4 cities were opened to the outside world for the first time. However, the news of Qin Shujian's construction had already spread. After all, the construction caused such a huge commotion, and the endless mountain range was not completely airtight. It was not difficult to obtain some information. More importantly, the imperial court was deliberately spreading the news. The title of the #1 blacksmith in the world played a big role. At this moment, the blood of the 4 cities rushed to the sky. Experts of various sects and factions, as well as rogue cultivators from all over, came to support. This time, the imperial court only gave a strong order to the sects, but did not have many requirements for the rogue cultivators. After all, they were rogue cultivators. Without a sect as a foundation, it was useless even if the imperial court wanted to enforce the order. However, after knowing that the imperial court was about to start a war with the 3 continents, some rogue cultivators still came of their own accord. For them, this was both a danger and an opportunity. Is this the heaven and earth restriction? A great cultivator of the divine martial realm looked at the turbulence in the void in front of him and was naturally shocked. A middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice, "This is the turbulence in the void. Even a diviner might face danger if they enter." He had obtained this information from the ancient records of his sect. However, this cultivator's sect had not produced a diviner for many years, so this information was rather old. There were still 3 days left before the 1-year deadline. However, more than 80% of the powerhouses in the eastern continent were gathered here. These experts referred to cultivators above the true martial realm. As for basic realm cultivators, the imperial court had no indication. Even if a rudimentary realm cultivator came and was discovered by the imperial court, they would immediately be persuaded to return. There was no other way. If he were to participate in such a battle, he would be courting death. Although basic realm cultivators were of no use to humans, they were the foundation of the human race. If all the low-level cultivators died, it would be a huge blow to the human race. The teleportation gate flashed. Yin Bancheng walked out, followed by many experts of the Traceless sect. When the official guarding the portal saw Yin Bancheng appear, he immediately asked in a deep voice, "May I ask which sect you are from?" "Traceless sect." Yin Bancheng replied faintly, then looked at the surrounding environment. Even with his celestial perception, he was actually restricted here, only able to spread it out to a range of 3 zhong. Regarding this, Yin Bancheng was also taken aback. This was no longer just the suppression of the city itself, it also meant that there was an extremely powerful formation here. The strength of the formation. It had reached the point where it could even suppress celestial beings. When he saw the blood qi surging above the city, that was the symbol of a large number of troops gathered. The elite army of the imperial court could form a powerful military formation. If they charged, even celestial beings would have to temporarily avoid them. All these factors combined, Yin Bancheng realized that if he was an enemy, he would not even have a chance to escape after entering the city. The suppression of the city itself, the suppression of the formation, and the encirclement of the army. In the face of such an attack, celestial beings were just a little brother. Of course, this was referring to ordinary celestial beings like Yin Bancheng. If it was a powerful celestial being, it would be a different story. When the official heard this, his face turned serious. The Traceless sect, a top sect, needs to bring 1 celestial being, 10 divine martial artists, 100 spiritual martial artists, and 1,000 true martial artists. After that, he looked behind Yin Bancheng and said in a deep voice, "May I know your name?" Yin Bancheng. Elder Yin, according to the requirements, the Traceless sect needs to bring 10 divine martial artists to assist in the battle. Now, there don't seem to be 10 divine martial artists present. The official's words were more polite, but when he looked at the people behind Yin Bancheng, he frowned. How could an official who could guard here to count the number of people be a simple cultivator? Although the other party looked ordinary, he was actually an expert at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. Yin Bancheng said calmly, "The Traceless sect has just been promoted. Now there are 6 divine martial artists in the sect. I brought 5 divine martial artists with me. The remaining one will ensure the inheritance of the sect. He has already done his best." Hearing this, the official did not say much on this issue. He said solemnly, "Okay." He had heard about the Traceless sect. It was indeed a newly promoted top sect. Whether there were really only 6 divine martial artists in the sect was not mentioned for the time being. But this time, there was a celestial being and 5 divine martial artists. It was indeed a great contribution. For such a force, the imperial court could understand. Subsequently, the official did some registration and then let Yin Bancheng and the others leave. Soon, other sects arrived. In the Eastern continent, all sects above the true dominion level had to produce a certain number of cultivators. This was not only to consolidate the strength of the Eastern continent, but also to express their attitude. If some sects took action and some sects did not, it would inevitably cause some sects to feel indignant. They would wonder why they were killing enemies on the front line while others were hiding behind and living peacefully. Therefore, all sects had to produce cultivators. If they did not, the imperial court would take action first and exterminate these sects before the 3 major continents arrived. At this moment, the human race was not allowed to have a second voice, nor was it allowed to have any possibility of dividing the human race. As long as there was a sign of this, the imperial court would exterminate it immediately. "Come, report your name and origin." 9 Palace Sect, Qin Yuan Bai. "So it's Sect Master Qin." The official was shocked. He looked at Qin Yuan Bai, who was standing in front of him, and then at the 9 Palace Sect experts behind him. Then, he completed the registration. After doing all these things, Qin Yuan Bai led his people to find a place to rest in the city. What a big deal. Walking in the city, Qin Yuan Bai could feel the invisible pressure and saw the blood qi that had already manifested. He could not help but exclaim. In order to hide from Qin Shujian, he had been in seclusion for a few months before he could barely suppress this inner demon. At this moment, he came out of seclusion and led the 9 Palace Sect people to fight. Qin Yuan Bai originally thought that he had brought enough experts with him this time, but when he really arrived here, he realized that the experts in the city could already be said to be as numerous as the clouds. "Sect Master Qin," a hearty voice sounded. Qin Yuan Bai turned his head and smiled. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Yin, I didn't expect to meet Sect Master Qin as soon as I arrived here. It's fate." Yin Bancheng smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. He was very familiar with Qin Yuan Bai. After all, they were almost the same generation of cultivators. However, Qin Yuan Bai was more talented than him and broke through to the diviner realm first. On the contrary, Yin Bancheng waited until his lifespan was almost exhausted before he succeeded. If it was in the past, Yin Bancheng would not take the initiative to greet him. Because when he saw a diviner of the same generation, he would only feel depressed. But now, it was different. Everyone was a diviner, so there was not so much pressure when they met. Qin Yuan Bai smiled and said, "Brother Yin has broken through to the diviner realm, but I haven't had the chance to congratulate him. I hope Brother Yin doesn't blame me." "Sect Master Qin, what are you talking about?" Yin Bancheng said with a faint smile. After a brief exchange of greetings, the 2 of them temporarily gathered together. Originally, Yin Bancheng planned to meet up with Qin Shujian. However, until now, he had not found where Yuan Sect's people were. According to Yin Bancheng's estimation, Yuan Zhong should be in another city. Therefore, he had to team up with the Nine Palace sect so that when the war started, there would be no one to take care of him. In the city, a group of people came through the teleportation gate. The official guarding there immediately recognized the identity of the person who came and greeted him warmly. "May I ask if you are Sect Master Qin of Yuan Sect?" "Qin Shujian greets sir." Qin Shujian also cupped his hands politely. The two words "sir" were just to give the other party face. The official smiled and said, "Sect Master Qin, you are too kind. My name is Feng Qing. I have long heard of Sect Master Qin's great name, so it's Lord Feng. You're too polite." Feng Qing was very happy. Then, he looked at the people behind Qin Shujian and his expression changed slightly. "Sect Master Qin, your sect is a top sect. According to the requirements, you need 10 God martial arts realm cultivators to participate in the war. You don't seem to have enough." It was more than not enough. It was more than half of the difference. In Feng Qing's eyes, Yuan sect only had 3 God martial arts realm cultivators. One had to know that the Sky Origin sect had recruited quite a few guests. Even if they couldn't gather 10 God martial realm experts, they definitely wouldn't only have 3. This order was personally given by the human emperor. Therefore, Feng Qing also felt embarrassed for a moment. Qin Shujian said, "Lord Feng, you don't misunderstand. Our sect has not been established for long, so we really don't have many God martial arts realm cultivators. However, this time, in order to express our sincerity, our sect has already sent out 2 diviner cultivators. In addition to me, this is Jiang Feng. Lord Feng, you should have heard of his name. Jiang Feng. Heavenly zombie Jiang Feng." Feng Qing was shocked. Looking at the black-robed man behind Qin Shujian, his expression became serious. How could he not have heard of Jiang Feng's name? Feng Qing also knew that the Sky Origin sect had a heavenly being level zombie overseeing it, but he did not expect that Qin Shujian would also bring this one over. Qin Shujian said, "In ancient times, zombies were also creatures of all races. Now that our sect has 1 more diviner, can it match 10 God martial arts realm cultivators?" "Of course it can." Feng Qing's expression relaxed, then he smiled. It was more than just a match. Seriously speaking, dozens of God martial arts realm cultivators could not compare to a diviner. Unless those God martial arts realm cultivators were all at the peak of their realm. Otherwise, they were not qualified to be compared to a diviner. In order to accommodate the cultivators of the various sects, the city was also divided into several areas. One area was for the army to camp, another was for the public area, where the cultivators in the city could trade and provide simple supplies, and another was for the rest area, where all the cultivators could rest. Now that Qin Shujian had completed the registration, he led the people of Yuan sect to the rest area. Walking on the street, many people were surprised when they saw Qin Shujian, and they involuntarily retreated to the side, not daring to block his path. Many people knew the strongest cultivator in the cultivation world and the best blacksmith in the world. Especially now. 1/3 of the people who were able to come here were powerful cultivators in the cultivation world. Qin Shujian did not know them, but they knew Qin Shujian. The rest area. It was actually a street full of inns. But the difference was that the inns here were all set up with corresponding protective arrays to prevent the cultivators from being spied on or attacked and causing a certain amount of damage. When Qin Shujian walked into the inn, he realized that this place had also used the method of storing Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary inn, but when he walked in, he realized that it was ridiculously spacious. However, Qin Shujian was not surprised. After all, there would be hundreds or thousands of people from a sect coming to help. Under normal circumstances, more than a dozen inns might not be able to accommodate so many people. On the contrary, if they used this method, they could save a lot of space and some costs. Because the rest area was free of charge. After all, the cultivators came to help in the battle, but they still had to pay to find a place to stay. That would be very unreasonable. Not only was the accommodation free, but the food was also free. Of course, if the food was good, they would have to pay extra. But no matter what, the imperial court was still very polite to those who came to help in the battle. Soon, some cultivators came. May I know which sect's cultivators are here? I'm Qin Shujian of Yuan sect, and I'm here with the cultivators of my sect. Qin Shujian directly reported his name. All of a sudden, the inn, which was originally noisy, immediately fell silent. Yuan sect, Qin Shujian. 5 simple words, but they weighed more than 10,000 pounds. After being stunned for a moment, the cultivator immediately reacted and said respectfully, "So it's the people from Yuan sect. Please follow me, Sect Master Qin and the rest. I'll arrange a room for you." "Thank you." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then, the cultivator walked in front and led Qin Shujian and the rest upstairs. It was called a staircase. However, it was different from the staircase of an ordinary inn. The staircase was 10 feet wide and made of white stone. It was 20 feet long. When they reached the second floor, Qin Shujian realized that the space on the second floor was not smaller than the first floor. With his perception, he could also sense that the surrounding space was stable. The biggest problem with this kind of technique was that the space was not stable enough, and it was not easy to cause problems. There was no doubt. The array formation here was extremely stable. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, one would need to be at least a saint to break the array formation. To be precise, one would need to have the destructive power of a saint. Looking at this place, Qin Shujian said, "I wonder who created this array formation." Sect Master Qin, this array formation was created by Fang Yilan of the Imperial Astronomer. The cultivator walking in front paused and turned back to say with a smile, "I see." Qin Shujian suddenly understood. If it was set up by Fang Yilan, it would be different. After all, she was a second realm array grandmaster. Her methods were naturally extraordinary. Of course. Although they were both second realm grandmasters, Qin Shujian still thought that he was better than Fang Yilan. After all, the increase in one's life source was the peak. Strictly speaking, he was already at the peak of the second realm. After walking some distance on the second floor, the cultivator led the people from Yuan sect up the white stone stairs again. As if he was afraid that Qin Shujian and the others would misunderstand, he explained as he walked, "The inn in the resting area has a total of 5 floors. The top floor is for the top sects. The top floor is for the sects of the major domains, followed by the sects of the Spirit Dominion and the other major domains. The second floor is for the sects of the True Dominion and the Spirit Dominion. The first floor is a public area where all the cultivators can exchange information." Classes were everywhere. Even the accommodations were clearly divided. However, this was normal. If a top sect stayed next to a True Dominion sect, not only would the people of the top sects be unhappy, but the people of the True Dominion sect would also tremble. Regarding such a division, Qin Shujian was very satisfied. After all, he was the one at the top, so there was naturally no reason for him to be dissatisfied. As for whether the sects would be unhappy because of this, it was none of his business. He was satisfied anyway. What was the point of cultivating hard and improving one's strength? One was to increase one's lifespan. The other was for better enjoyment. If fairness was emphasized everywhere, the passion for cultivation would be greatly reduced. Under the guidance of that cultivator, the people of the Origin sect stepped directly onto the 5th floor. From the outside, the inn was only 20 to 30 feet high. However, they now realized that the stairs alone were nearly 200 feet high. Such a method, other sects would have been shocked, but the people of the Origin sect did not find it too strange. This was because their library also had the same method of storing sumeru in a mustard seed. When they reached the 5th floor, they saw a row of rooms densely packed together. That cultivator stopped in his tracks and said, "Sect Master Qin, your sect can choose any place to rest on the 5th floor. Besides your sect, no other sect's cultivators will set foot on this floor. The 5th floor can only accommodate one sect." Qin Shujian's spiritual force scanned the entire 5th floor with his perception. That cultivator said, "Every inn can only accommodate one top sect. Once your sect stays here, our inn will not accept a second top sect. The same goes for the other inns." "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." If Sect Master Qin has any instructions, you can send a message at any time. There is a communication jade token in every room. Thank you. Qin Shujian nodded his head slightly. That cultivator immediately retreated. TSK, the treatment is really good. After that cultivator left, Niu Feng looked at the surrounding environment and clicked his tongue in wonder. Xu Yuanming said, the top sects have contributed the most. I'm afraid the fighting will be the most tragic when the time comes. It's just a small profit now. The environment of the 5th floor was indeed good. However, as a member of the Origin sect, how could he not have seen the world? Qin Shujian said, all disciples can rest here for a while. If you have something to do, you can go out for a walk. However, don't leave the city easily and don't get into any conflicts with others for the time being. If anyone provokes you first, leave behind evidence before killing them. Yes, Sect Master. The other disciples nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Qin Shujian waved his hand and dismissed the disciples. This time, because of the imperial court's order, not only did Qin Shujian bring the elders of the main sect, but he also transferred over thousands of disciples of the true martial realm from the various branches. These disciples. There were natives as well as players. In this regard, Qin Shujian did not discriminate too much. This was because every branch would hold a small competition regularly. The disciples that he selected were the top 1,000 cultivators of the true martial realm. After entering the room, immediately, a player disciple looked at the surrounding environment and said with a smile, this environment is really good. I heard from my friend that when their sect came, they didn't have such treatment. Of course. Don't you know who's behind them? Another player sneered. Being able to enter the Origin sect was their biggest advantage. At this moment, there was also a player who took a video and posted it on the forum. This matter that shook the entire Eastern continent had attracted the attention of all the players. Everyone could understand. For some players, this war might be a great opportunity. On the other side, Qin Shujian did not stay on the 5th floor for long. He turned around and walked down. After exiting the inn, he decided on a direction and walked straight towards it. Not long after, in a room of a restaurant, the two sat opposite each other. I haven't seen you for a few months. Sect Master Qin's reputation is getting bigger and bigger. It will be difficult to see you in the future. Looking at Qin Shujian in front of him, Sai Hanhai had a faint smile on his face. Compared to the last time, now, the strongest person of the Overlook Sea sect seemed to have a sharper edge. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, Brother Hanhai, you're making things difficult for me. I didn't expect that our two sects would coincidentally be in the same city. It's all fate. Sai Hanhai smiled and said, I wonder what Sect Master Qin thinks about fate. Let's not talk about such things as fate. Qin Shujian shook his head and said. He had met Sai Hanhai a few times, and the other party always gave him a different feeling. In particular, Godslayer said that the other party had secrets. Qin Shujian was even more curious about this. However, since it was a secret, Sai Hanhai would certainly not say it. In another day or two, the passage to the 3 continents will be opened. Sect Master Qin, what do you think the Eastern continent's chances of winning are? It's meaningless to guess the chances of winning. If the chances of winning are not high, will Brother Hanhai just surrender? Sect Master Qin, you must be joking. Since that's the case, it's useless to know the outcome. When the time comes, we'll just fight. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Then, he picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip. Sai Hanhai nodded and said, Sect Master Qin, you're right. Then, there was an inexplicable expression on his old face. I can already feel the aura of slaughter. Chapter 570. Dong. Dong. The war drums were deafening. A war drum had already been placed on top of the city walls of the 4 cities. The city lords of each city personally struck the war drum. Heaven and earth rumbled. A fighting spirit surged from the bottom of everyone's heart. The cultivators who were resting and eating in the inns all changed their expressions and then walked out at the same time. At this moment, The armies of the various cities had already gathered, and their soaring chi and blood shocked the cloudless sky. All heavenly beings immediately head to the heaven and earth restriction. The remaining cultivators will listen to the deployment of the various cities. Those who disobey will be killed. Those who take the opportunity to cause trouble will be killed. Those who disturb the military will be killed. Those who run away will be killed. By the order of the human emperor, if the cultivators of the various sects are not enough, they must kill the enemies of the corresponding realm and behead them for military merit. If they can't fill the gap, they will be severely punished after the war. For cultivators of the imperial court rose into the air. Their auras were vast, and their voices reached everyone's ears. All the cultivators looked solemn when they heard that. Qin Shujian's expression was grave as well. The human emperor's order was already very clear. For example, if the top sects asked for 10 cultivators of the god martial arts realm and only sent 3 of them, then they would have to kill 7 enemies of the god martial arts realm to make up for their mistakes. Or else, then they would be punished. If it were any other day, such a decision would definitely make many people dissatisfied. But at this moment, no one dared to be dissatisfied. Because the war drums had already sounded, the imperial court would definitely not show mercy to those who dared to be dissatisfied. Some cultivators whose emotions had been stirred up could not tolerate them either. Qin Shujian looked at Zheng Fang and the others and said, "You guys stay here and wait for the deployment of the city. Don't act rashly. Sect Master, don't worry." Zheng Fang nodded slightly. "As the Great Elder, you now have the power to kill. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed." Qin Shujian glanced at everyone with a cold expression. All of a sudden, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Then, Qin Shujian took Jiang Feng and flew toward the heaven and earth restriction. There was a flight restriction array in the city. However, it had yet to be fully activated. It only restricted cultivators below the sky human stage. At that very moment, sky human stage cultivators were still capable of flying. The moment Qin Shujian flew into the air, there were also experts from other cities flying in the sky. All the experts looked at each other. When they saw Qin Shujian, their expressions turned serious. Among them, Fang Xinglan and Yin Bancheng cupped their hands from afar, and Qin Shujian also cupped his hands in response. The 3 parties were not in the same city. That was why they didn't have the chance to meet until now. As for Qin Yuanbai, when he saw Qin Shujian, he couldn't help but look away, as if he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Such a thing. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Yuanbai must have done something wrong. Last time, he avoided meeting me. This time, he looked away when he saw me. It seems that he is really hiding something from me. In the past, Qin Shujian would definitely stop the other party and interrogate him. However, the current situation wasn't suitable, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Sai Hanhai, who was beside him, sighed and said, "For thousands of years, I have never seen such a grand occasion. All the top experts in the cultivation world have gathered here. It's really unexpected. I'm afraid that the following battle will be even more unexpected." Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Sai Hanhai, this old bastard, always had such a compassionate attitude. He couldn't figure out if the other party was really such a person or if he was so abnormal. Sai Hanhai looked at the blood and qi that soared into the sky, shook his head and said, "Sai, once the battle starts, there will be countless deaths and injuries. It's already a great honor to be born in this world. Why do all the clans have to fight each other? Brother Hanhai, you have to ask the other clans." Qin Shujian replied indifferently. The 2 of them communicated with each other through divine thoughts and didn't talk. Not long after, they arrived at the location of the heaven and earth restriction. At this moment, the human emperor was already there. Other than the human emperor, the remaining vassals, as well as the experts of the imperial court, were all gathered here. It was worth mentioning that, among the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty, the Middle State Prefecture was not controlled by any vassals. The other 12 prefectures all had their own vassals. However, in the previous rebellion, 8 vassals were killed, leaving only 4 vassals. They were Marquis Baiyun, Marquis Yunyang, Marquis Shenfeng, and the traitor Marquis Qianshan. When Qin Shujian looked at Marquis Qianshan, Jiyu Changqing, his expression was a little strange. He really didn't expect this. Marquis Qianshan was a traitor. When the other party sent someone to assassinate him, did he really think that he had the confidence to resist, or did he sacrifice him to make others believe that he was a traitor? In Qin Shujian's opinion, the latter was more likely. However, Marquis Qianshan had obviously compensated him previously. At this moment, Qin Shujian couldn't make things difficult for him. However, at this moment, he made a mental note to have a good chat with Marquis Qianshan when he had the chance. When Qin Shujian looked at Jiyu Changqing also looked at him and nodded with a smile. That expression. It made Qin Shujian have the urge to punch him. So, Qin Shujian also returned what he thought was a warm smile, which made Jiyu Changqing stunned. He ignored Marquis Qianshan. Qin Shujian immediately looked elsewhere. His gaze swept across the room, and he was immediately taken aback. 3 unfamiliar faces. They were all powerful experts. When he saw that the 3 of them were standing with Su Zhong and the others, Qin Shujian immediately understood their identities. The elders of the Imperial Astronomer. Including Su Zhong, there were already 5 almighty pavilion elders in the Imperial Astronomer. Qin Shujian wasn't sure if this was all of the powerful figures in the Imperial Astronomer or just a part of it. However, after thinking about it, he still thought that this was all of the powerful figures in the Imperial Astronomer. After all, the Imperial Astronomer hadn't been established for a long time. It was already a shocking thing to have 5 powerful figures. Besides that, the powerful figures on the Imperial Court side were the Eternal Crown Prince Shiyang, the traitor Marquis Qianshan Jiyu Changqing, and the last Marquis Baiyun Xiao Chengfeng. In this way, there were already 8 powerful figures on the Imperial Court side, and they didn't include the Nirvana Realm expert, the Human Emperor. As for those below the powerful figures, there were also Dan Hao, Marquis Shenfeng, and other experts at the peak of the Saint Realm. Those below the peak of the Saint Realm, Qin Shujian also saw about 5 of them. As for cultivators below the 4th level of the Celestial Realm, there were 10 on the Imperial Court side. In this way, there were about 30 Celestial Realm cultivators on the Imperial Court side. Looking at the cultivators sent by the various sects, there were about 13 Celestial Realm cultivators. After all, 1 top sect per prefecture was a basic arrangement. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed. The Black Sieve sect was also destroyed by the Imperial Court because they stood on the wrong side. Among the remaining 11 prefectures, the Baiyun Prefecture sent 3 Celestial Realm cultivators to fill the gap. In other words, there were about 40 Celestial Realm cultivators on the Imperial Court side and the Cultivation World side. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. This should be the most powerful force that the entire East Continent's human race could bring out. There was a silence. Some people looked at the Human Emperor in front of them, while others looked at the heaven and earth restriction. The void turbulence. It was an existence that could even destroy Celestial Realm cultivators. After the end of the ancient times, the 10,000 races besieged the human race, causing us to suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, the ancestors of the human race rose up and ensured that our race's inheritance was not destroyed. The Human Emperor said calmly, looking at the void turbulence in front of him with his hands behind his back. For some reason, when the others heard this calm voice, they felt as if they were seeing a scene from the past. No one said anything. What happened hundreds of thousands of years ago had been completely buried by the river of time. But today, the Human Emperor wanted to let the human race know the buried history again. The 10,000 races forced the human race, and the human race's powerhouses kept falling. That was the darkest period of the human race since the ancient times. 200,000 years ago, an immortal of the human race appeared and led the human race to fight against the 10,000 races. More than half of the human race died in that battle, but we still lost. As the Human Emperor spoke, he reached into the void and pulled hard. The void cracked. A vast river appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The river was vast and boundless. Countless images that had been condensed to the extreme floated in the long river. Then, the human emperor reached into the river again and pulled it. Finally, he took out a video. It was the scene of the 10,000 races fighting. Even though it was an illusory video, one could feel the shocking slaughter from it. The human race. There were also other races. But from the video, one could see that the human race was in a state of being besieged. One powerhouse after another stood up and fought with the powerhouses of the 10,000 races. Then, one powerhouse after another fell. The river of time. Godslayer's tone was a little emotional. Qin Shujian's expression changed. Looking at the illusory river, his eyes suddenly became much more serious. The river of time. The river of time that carried the past and the future. In other words, the scene in front of him was a fragment of the past that the human emperor had taken out. Qin Shujian was shocked. There were many things that he wanted to ask Godslayer. But the current scene was obviously not suitable. As for the others, they were also extremely shocked when they saw this. They were both shocked by the scene in front of them. They were even more shocked by the human emperor's strength. Not everyone knew about the river of time, and not everyone had even heard of its existence. However, any powerhouse who knew about the river of time knew what kind of strength was needed to be able to capture the river of time. They only saw the images in the river constantly appearing. As the killing continued, the shocking killing intent seemed to be able to break through the river, causing everyone's bodies to feel a chill. The human emperor said, that battle was the most tragic battle of the human race after the ancient times were destroyed. In order to preserve the last foundation of the human race, the immortal who led the human race set up the heaven and earth restriction at the cost of his own life. As he said that, his palm moved. Finally, a terrifying figure appeared in everyone's sight. However, the moment that figure appeared, the river of time seemed to be swept by a terrifying force. Then, the scene in front of them suddenly collapsed. The heaven and earth restriction is both a seal and a protection. It carries the will of that immortal and many ancestors of the human race. They hoped that one day, the human race could open this seal and restore the glory of the ancient times. 200,000 years have passed. The human race drove away the demon race and fought for a chance to recuperate. Now that the human race is at its peak in the eastern continent, there's no need for the heaven and earth restriction to exist. If the passage is opened today, the 10,000 races of the 3 continents will still not give up on the idea of destroying our race. A bloody battle is inevitable. I hope everyone is prepared. The human emperor stated the facts in a calm tone. Dan Hao said coldly, Your Majesty, the human race is at its peak now. If the 10,000 races dare to attack, just kill them. Kill. Kill. At this moment, war drums rang out. Millions of soldiers' cries shook the heavens and the earth. The Black Sea hung down like a heavenly river. A large number of powerhouses gathered in front of the Black Sea. The Chen River has drifted here for 200,000 years. It's finally time to fade. A God Clan powerhouse looked at the Black Sea in front of him with a fearful expression. The Chen River. The Chen River that even immortals in the ancient times would die if they fell into it. If the Chen River had not stopped them, the various races would have attacked the eastern continent and destroyed the human race in one fell swoop. How could there be any hidden dangers now? As soon as he finished speaking, a demon clan powerhouse sneered and said, The human race has been recuperating in the eastern continent all these years. I heard that many powerhouses have been nurtured there. Even the existence of my race who was close to the Nirvana realm perished there. Speaking of which, it's all because the demons are useless. Another burly powerhouse said disdainfully, Back then, the human race was crippled by our ancestors. I didn't expect the demons of the eastern continent to still be suppressed. How laughable. Some time ago, the demons of the eastern continent escaped from the Chen River with the heavenly demon temple, causing quite a commotion. Back then, the demons had left a backup plan in the eastern continent. The other races also knew what the demons' goal was. They saw that the human race was weak and wanted to leave a portion of their strength to destroy the human race. Then, they would completely occupy the eastern continent and make it another base for the demons. However, what they did not expect was, 200,000 years later, The demons escaped in the dark and finally told others that they had been defeated by the human race. This news spread. It could be said that it caused a lot of ridicule. Zhu Yu, are you provoking the demons? The demon clan powerhouse stared coldly at the person who spoke. The rest of the demon race experts were also glaring at him. This news could be said to be a pain for the demons. Even if the demons of the East continent had exterminated the human race, occupied that place, and separated from the demons of the three major continents, they would not be so angry. At least. This also proved the strength of the demons. However, the demons were chased out by the human race. That was a huge joke. Zhu Yu's eyes were slightly cold. He took a step forward and said, Tian Hong, this is not your Western continent. If you want to fight, I, the Blood Eldar, will accompany you at any time. I'm just afraid that the demons won't dare to accept. Then let's try. Tian Hong also took a step forward and stared coldly at Zhu Yu. Instantly, the demons and the Blood Eldar powerhouses glared at each other. For a moment, swords were drawn. 200,000 years had passed. The 10,000 races were no longer united. In order to compete for the resources of the three continents, they fought each other continuously and had already broken off. If it were not for the news that the human race was going to leave the Eastern continent, they would not have gathered here. The reason for this was that the human race was too intimidating. The supreme powerhouse of the ancient human race established the heavenly court and called himself the Emperor of Heaven, intimidating all races to submit to him. The ancient human emperor's combat power was overwhelming and also made all races fear him. It could be said that the human race of the ancient era was truly powerful. Although some races were on par with the human race, in terms of strength, they did not have the capital to compete with the human race. Even though the ancient times had long passed, the human race had declined to the extreme. But even so, when they heard that the human race was going to leave the Eastern continent, they were still afraid. Now that the human race is about to leave the Eastern continent, why should the demons and the Blood Eldar fight each other at this time? If the human race finds an opportunity, it will not be a joke. The God race powerhouse frowned. As a race that split off from the human race, the God race's fear of the human race was stronger than any other race. If they did not completely destroy the human race, the entire God race would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. Hearing that, only then did Tian Hong and Zhu Yu suppress the anger in their hearts. Then, another powerhouse of the other race said, Gu Tuor, is the news that the human race is going to leave the Eastern continent 100% accurate? Of course. The God race powerhouse, who was also Gu Tuor, said in a low voice, my race's high priest personally performed a divination. The Chen River will disappear today. The Chen River is the barrier between us and the Eastern continent. Once the Chen River disappears, it means that the barrier between the Eastern continent and us is gone. Why didn't your high priest come? The human race is not so easy to divine. The high priest has already suffered a backlash from the human race's destiny in order to divine the news of the human race. He is now recuperating and can't come in person. Gu Tuor shook his head and said, he did not hide the news of the high priest's injury because there was no need to. The high priest was never the strongest person in the God race. Therefore, even if the high priest was injured, no one else had the right to behave atrociously in the God race. After that, Gu Tuor looked at the Chen River with a grave expression. The Chen River subsided and the human race came into being. The human race was belligerent. In the ancient times, there was endless slaughter. The so-called submission of the 10,000 races was only because the Emperor of Heaven had killed the 10,000 races and had no choice but to submit to the heavenly court. If not for that, how could the 10,000 races find another sky above his head to monitor him? Because of this, when the Emperor of Heaven fell, the 10,000 races would attack the human race. To put it bluntly, the reason for this situation was all because of the Emperor of Heaven. When the Emperor of Heaven rose, he killed the 10,000 races. When he fell, he also killed the 10,000 races. Under such circumstances, how could the 10,000 races not settle the score with the human race? The God race was originally a member of the human race, But an expert saw the end of the human race and led a portion of people to leave the human race. He called himself the God race in order to get rid of the human race and not be affected by the great calamity. Since then, the God race completely broke off with the human race. It was fine if the human race did not rise, but once the human race rose, the God race would definitely be the main target of destruction. Therefore, the God race was more afraid of the rise of the human race than any other race. In Gu Tuor's heart, he did not think that he was a human. Even if he looked like a human, it was the same. The God race is the ruler of the world. What right does the human race have to compete with us? This time, we will kill the human race and plunder the remaining providence of the human race. The 4 continents will be ruled by the God race. A cold light flashed in Gu Tuor's eyes. He was not afraid that the human race would have a chance to turn the tables. According to the high priest's divination and the news from the demon race, the human race only had one Nirvana realm expert at most. There were not many above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. Now, all the races were gathered. There were no less than dozens of experts above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. With so many forces gathered, how could they be afraid of the human race? On the other side, the experts of the Great Zhao dynasty also gathered in front of the heaven and earth restriction. The human emperor took a step forward, and the almost solid river shattered the void. Then, a shocking giant axe condensed in his hand and slashed at the heaven and earth restriction in front of him. The axe fell. Yin and yang separated. The broken laws retreated to the left and right as if they had encountered something terrifying. The axe light tore through the void and shattered the firmament. It swallowed all the turbulence in the void that was blocking its path. In the blink of an eye, the human emperor slashed out 3 times and the giant axe in his hand shattered. The scene of heaven and earth merging into one line suddenly separated at this moment, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Heaven and earth were shaking. In Qin Shujian's sight, an even more vast river hung down from the firmament and disappeared into the void. The Rule River. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and looked at the scene in front of him with shock on his face. The human emperor used his own Rule River just now. That solid Rule River was on a completely different level from the illusory Rule River that he summoned out of luck. The giant axe just now was not formed by vital essence at all, but the incarnation of the Rule River. At this moment, the heaven and earth restriction was shattered. As if something had been released, it directly caused the Rule River in the void to appear in front of everyone. The so-called Rule River. It was the place where all kinds of Rule River were born. When Qin Shujian first touched and understood the laws, he entered the Rule River. However, he had never seen the Rule River appear in front of people in such a form. That's not right. Not everyone can see the Rule River. Qin Shujian soon noticed that some people looked at the Rule River in shock, while others simply looked at the place where the heaven and earth restriction was broken. The Godslayer said, "The Rule River exists between reality and illusion. This is different from the Rule River that you summoned. There is only one way to see the Rule River. That is when you can understand the laws, you can see or even enter the Rule River. If you don't reach this realm, even if the Rule River is in front of you, you won't be able to see it. In the past, you could enter the Rule River to comprehend, but in fact, it was just a strand of divine thought that entered. Like now, the entire Rule River appears. This is a unique situation. Take advantage of this opportunity. If you can comprehend something at this time, it will be of great help to you when you step into the 7th level of celestial being in the future." In fact, there was no need for the Godslayer to say anything. Qin Shujian was also concentrating on the mother stream of the precepts. After the 4th level of celestial being, the main thing was to comprehend the laws. At this moment, all the cultivators above the 4th level of celestial being were staring at the Rule River. No one expected that there would be such benefits when breaking the heaven and earth restriction. As for those cultivators below the 4th level of celestial being, they were at a loss. This was because they realized that everyone seemed to be looking at different places. Some of them were looking at the sky, while others were looking at the heaven and earth restriction. Some of the smarter ones immediately understood that there might be some opportunities that they were unaware of. They also looked at the sky, but in the end, they found nothing. Chapter 571. As the restrictions of heaven and earth shattered. A portion of the laws of heaven and earth that had been sealed and cut off in the past was immediately released. The appearance of the mother stream of laws was to celebrate the completeness of the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, the restrictions of heaven and earth shattered, and the void turbulence inside dissipated inch by inch, separating like the surface of the sea. Then, behind the void turbulence, the connected heaven and earth separated, and earth, water, fire, and wind emerged. The Chen River flowed along the gap between heaven and earth. Soon, the Chen River disappeared bit by bit. After the void turbulence dissipated, a dark brown land appeared. At the first sight of the land, anyone could imagine the scene of the great battle. This was the place where the human race fought the myriad races in the past. The dark brown land was the dried blood of the human race and the myriad races. From the outside, one could only see the Chen River, which was like a heavenly river hanging in the sky, retreating bit by bit, revealing the scene behind it. However, there were still some remaining rules that had not dissipated. Behind the Chen River, there was still a distorted blur. Originally, the demon race and the Blood Eldar had some disputes. But not long after, they saw the Chen River distort and the mother stream of laws cross the sky. The mother stream of laws has appeared. I can feel that the rules are being perfected. The originally broken rules are being perfected. Many experts cried out in surprise. They looked at the mother stream of laws with covetous eyes. The appearance of the mother stream of laws was a great opportunity for some people. As for those top experts, at this moment, their minds were also shaken. The appearance of the mother stream of laws, the broken rules were being perfected, and everything was being restored. And when the mother stream of laws appeared, the Chen River was also retreating bit by bit. Seeing that the Chen River was retreating, everyone's expressions became solemn. It's retreating. The Chen River is retreating. The Chen River is retreating. The human race must have opened the seal. The experts of the various races could not help but exclaim. Jiu Tuor shouted in a deep voice, God race, listen to my orders. If a human appears, kill without mercy. Demon race, listen to my orders. Kill the human race. Blood Eldar, listen to my orders. Kill the human race. Undead race, listen to my orders. Kill the human race. Gold Eldar, listen to my orders. Kill the human race. One after another, the experts of the myriad races gave the order to kill. It was fine if they did not attack the human race. Once they attacked, they would not give the humans any chance to breathe. If another expert like the Emperor of Heaven or the ancient human emperor appeared in the human race, then the end of the myriad races would come. In ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven had intimidated the myriad races into submitting because the myriad races did not completely target the human race. Instead, the myriad races fought each other. But things were different now. The myriad races collectively targeted the human race with the goal of destroying the human race. Then, once the human race rose, they would definitely not give the myriad races another chance. The two of them had already reached the point where they would not rest until one of them died. The human race wanted to exterminate all races. The myriad races also wanted to destroy the human race. One by one, the hidden experts walked out from the shadows. Their terrifying auras gathered together, causing the void to distort and crack. No one made the first move, because the Chen River had not completely receded. If they came into contact with the sunken river, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Eastern Continent, Human Clan. Following the opening of the heaven and earth restriction, not long after the mother stream appeared, it disappeared without a trace. Only the space vortex and Chen River had disappeared. The place where the two originally existed was a layer of grey film. The success or failure of the human race depends on this. The heaven and earth restriction has been opened. Everyone, follow me to fight. As soon as the human emperor finished speaking, he had already taken a step forward and walked toward the film. The remaining human race experts did not dare to hesitate and followed closely behind the human emperor. At the same time, the war drums of the four cities became more and more intense, and the auras of the soldiers soared into the sky. But no one gave the order for the army to charge in now. Now that the heaven and earth restriction had just been opened, although the military formation formed by the army was powerful, the strength of a single soldier was actually not strong. If they rashly entered, they would easily suffer heavy losses. So, now that the human emperor and the others had entered first, it was to lay the foundation for the human race. At this moment, the city lords of the four cities sounded the war drums, waiting for the human emperor's order. On the other side, as the human emperor stepped out, the experts of the myriad races who had been waiting for a long time all attacked. For them, no matter who came out, they were targets to be killed. Only to see the energy shatter the void, and a terrifying killing intent instantly erupted. The human emperor's fist suppressed the void and collided with the incoming attack. Boom! A terrifying gust of wind spread out, and the void was destroyed inch by inch. The human emperor took a step into the air and struck out with his palm. It was as if the world had collapsed, causing the expressions of the experts of the myriad races to change. Not good, the strongest of the human race quickly asked the emperors of the various races to attack. Zhu Yu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sternly. They did not expect that as soon as the Chen River subsided, the strongest of the human race would walk out directly. What was the strongest? It was the limit that the world could reach now. Although the heaven and earth precepts had been repaired, immortals would not be born so soon. Therefore, the Nirvana realm could be called the strongest. Just like the ancient emperors, the Emperor of Heaven was the strongest if he did not appear. Now that the immortals did not appear, the Nirvana realm was the strongest. Whoosh! The void shattered, and a burly figure walked out, exuding a terrifying aura. Strongest of the human race, you will definitely die today. The human emperor looked at the person who came and sneered, a mere traitor dares to speak so arrogantly. He could feel that the person in front of him had the blood of the human race flowing in his body. Without a doubt. This was the traitor who had betrayed the human race and called himself the god race. Jiyu Tuor shouted, the divine emperor has already attacked. God race, follow me to destroy the human race. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already taken out a long sword and slashed at the void, where a human had just walked out. You're courting death. Marquis Bayun had just walked out of the heaven and earth restriction when he saw the sword light slashing down. He immediately grabbed the stone spear and bombarded it, easily shattering the sword light. The terrifying attack was like a wave of death, causing Jiyu Tuor's expression to change drastically. Without hesitation, Jiyu Tuor immediately retreated frantically, but Marquis Bayun's attack followed him like a shadow, not giving him a chance to retreat at all. It was almost a face-to-face confrontation. Jiyu Tuor was in danger. Boom! The Dao artifact exploded, shattering the void. Taking advantage of the power of the explosion to block Marquis Bayun, Jiyu Tuor immediately pulled the two of them to a safe distance. At this moment, Jiyu Tuor looked at Marquis Bayun with an extremely gloomy face. He was a mighty expert of the god race, but in front of a human, he was forced to use his Dao artifact to self-destruct in order to protect himself. Such a thing made Jiyu Tuor feel that he had lost all face. However, no one had time to pay attention to Jiyu Tuor, because more and more human experts walked out, and the experts of the 10,000 clans were also fighting with them. In the sky, the human emperor punched out, and the long river of laws swept out, crushing the space into pieces. The divine emperor's expression did not change. He also punched out, and the grey long river of laws crossed the sky. When the two long rivers of laws collided, the long river of laws of the divine emperor suddenly collapsed. When the long river of laws shattered, the two fists collided. The skin on the divine emperor's arm burst open, and pale golden blood splattered into the sky. It was almost a face-to-face confrontation. The divine emperor was already injured. Impossible. The divine emperor seemed to have gone crazy, and his originally calm expression was no longer there. They were both supreme experts of the same race. He did not believe that the gap between him and the human emperor was so big. The divine emperor had always thought that there were people in the 4 continents who could fight with him, but there was absolutely no one who could defeat him. Even if it was the monster race, which was equivalent to an ancient race, he was not afraid at all. However, reality gave the divine emperor a heavy blow. He was injured in a face-to-face confrontation. Today, I will kill the rebels and wipe out the god race. The human emperor's expression was cold. His fist shook the sky, and directly forced the divine emperor into a disadvantage. At the same time, a person stepped on the blood river and came over. Looking at the divine emperor's miserable appearance, he smiled and said, "Divine emperor, I didn't expect your strength to be so weak. You were beaten to such a state by a human. It seems that I have to re-evaluate the strength of the god race. Cut the crap. This person is powerful. Not to mention Ben Huang, even if you, Xueling Huang, fought alone, you would not be much better than Ben Huang." The divine emperor was furious. Xueling Huang smiled with his hands behind his back. "Is that so? Then Ben Huang would like to see what kind of person the human race has produced after 200,000 years. Get down here for me." Looking at the blood river above his head, the human emperor formed a giant hand that tore through the void and grabbed half of the blood river. Then, he exerted force and half of the blood river broke. Xueling Huang, who was originally arrogant, fell from the river. The sudden change made Xueling Huang's expression change drastically. Before he could react, the human emperor's attack had arrived. The divine emperor did not stop it and allowed the other party to attack Xueling Huang. Previously, Xueling Huang's ridicule. It had already made the divine emperor furious. Moreover, the 2 races were not on good terms. He took the opportunity to teach the other party a lesson. Boundless blood sea. Xueling Huang was after all a supreme expert of the god race. He quickly reacted. He only saw the blood sea surging and the long river of laws across the sky. The distance that should have been close instantly turned into millions of miles. However, the human emperor took a step and shattered the laws. The distance that should have crossed millions of miles disappeared directly. Xueling Huang was shocked and also punched out. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Xueling Huang's fist cracked, but it quickly recovered. "Divine emperor, why aren't you attacking?" In the face of Xueling Huang's roar, the divine emperor did not really stand by and attack instantly. On the other side, when the human race experts stepped into the 3 continents, they immediately faced the experts of the myriad races. They were all celestial beings. The number of experts on the myriad races side was more than several times that of the human race. The battle had not been going on for long. The weak celestial beings of the human race were beaten until they coughed up blood and fell into serious injuries. Kill. Yin Bancheng held the Traceless Sect's Dao artifact and was fighting with a demon race celestial being. They were both celestial beings. Yin Bancheng had just stepped into the 1st level of the celestial being realm, while the demon race expert in front of him was at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. Not long after the battle, he fell into a disadvantage. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to be defeated. The demon race expert was barehanded, while Yin Bancheng had the help of a Dao artifact. The power of the 3-seal Dao artifact was fully activated. Coupled with the strength of the 1st level of the celestial being realm, even if he was not at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm, he would not be defeated immediately. Just as the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, thunderbolts bombarded. Yin Bancheng could not dodge in time and was directly struck by the thunderbolts until he coughed up blood. The demon race expert saw the opportunity and also punched out, shattering Yin Bancheng's body. The situation was reversed in an instant. The god race expert who attacked secretly joined forces with the demon race and attacked Yin Bancheng. In the face of such an attack, Yin Bancheng's eyes were also blood red. He wrapped the long sword in his hand with vital essence and threw it out. Explode. Boom. The explosion of the 3-seal Dao artifact was earth-shattering. No one expected Yin Bancheng to be so decisive and directly explode the 3-seal Dao artifact in his hand. The terrifying power erupted. The The god race experts and the demon race experts were at the center of the explosion and were immediately covered in bruises. At the same time, Yin Bancheng spat out blood again, and his aura was extremely decadent. His divine will was on the Dao artifact. The Dao artifact exploded. Yin Bancheng also suffered a powerful backlash. Kill him. The demon race expert was furious. Looking at the seriously injured Yin Bancheng, he endured the pain on his body and punched out. His vital essence crushed the void. In the face of this attack, Yin Bancheng's heart was dead. With his current strength, there was no chance for him to resist. For this, a tragic smile appeared on Yin Bancheng's face. Perhaps, he was the fastest heavenly being to die since the start of the war. He expected the battle to be very fierce. But Yin Bancheng absolutely did not expect it to be so fierce. As soon as he came out, he encountered more than one heavenly being who was much stronger than him. With his strength on the level of heavenly beings, he was indeed not strong enough. But it's not that easy for you to kill me. Looking at the attack falling, Yin Bancheng's eyes were filled with madness. He was about to attack. At this moment, a cold saber light shattered the void and directly cut the body of the demon race heavenly being into two. Before Yin Bancheng could react, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Elder Yin, leave this to me. Find a weaker opponent and see if he can survive this battle. When the voice dissipated, there was already a pill in his hand. At the same time, the god race expert who was about to attack was stunned by the sudden change. The good situation just now suddenly changed. The demon race heavenly being died. Recalling that cold saber light, the god race heavenly being felt a chill in his heart and retreated without thinking. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Qin Shujian licked his lips. Looking at the escaping god race heavenly being, a violent killing intent was awakening in his heart. The battle in front of him was tragic. However, not only was he not afraid, but he also had a long-lost feeling. Looking at the escaping god race heavenly being, Qin Shujian chased after him in the air, directly shortening the distance between them. 1,000 mountain blood slashed out, and the saber light shattered the void. Save me. The god race heavenly being roared crazily. Immediately, it attracted the attention of a god race heavenly being. Qin Shujian's expression remained unchanged. Although he was a 5th-level heavenly being, in terms of combat strength, he could easily kill a 7th-level heavenly being. He was invincible among heavenly beings. Kill. 1,000 mountain blood crossed the distance and directly killed the god race heavenly being. After harvesting a wave of life source, the god race heavenly being's attack had also arrived. How dare you kill a god race heavenly being? You're courting death. He could see that Qin Shujian was also at the heavenly being stage. Moreover, from the power of the rules on the other party, he could guess that he had not reached the peak of the heavenly being stage. In this regard, the god race heavenly being was not afraid at all. Because he had been a heavenly being for thousands of years and was only a step away from breaking through to the almighty level. With such strength, he could be called the strongest below the 7th-level heavenly being stage. The god race heavenly being slashed out with his sword. Thousands of sword chi pierced through the void and finally gathered into a sword that slashed down at Qin Shujian. This sword. This was his peak sword. Now that it was a battle between the races, no one would have the thought of holding back. Only by killing the enemy in front of them as quickly as possible could they free up their hands to help the others. This sword has already used the power of the rules. It's at least 7,000 combat strength. In his mind, Godslayer's voice rang out. Hearing that, Qin Shujian suddenly smiled. 7,000 combat strength, and under the circumstances of using the rules, such strength was enough to be tyrannical in front of other cultivators. But in front of him, it was completely not enough. The long saber slashed down. The sword chi shattered. The saber light did not stop as it swept toward the god race heavenly being. Even without using the power of the rules, Qin Shujian's strength had reached 17,000. A mere 7,000 combat strength was like a chicken or a pottery dog. The god race heavenly being was shocked. Without thinking, he turned around and left. The saber light stood where he was and had already shattered the space there. Just as Qin Shujian was about to go after the god race heavenly being, the surrounding space suddenly became stagnant. A terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Qin Shujian looked up and just happened to see a god race elite step through the air, the river of rules faintly visible under his feet. Be careful, this person has already touched the rules. Now you've fallen into his territory. Godslayer was now an old man, reminding Qin Shujian at any time. Territory. Almighty. Qin Shujian was not afraid. He had already felt the power of the territory around him, but he did not do anything. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. The god race Almighty appeared in front of Qin Shujian and said in a low voice, "Human, you're very good. If given a chance, you'll definitely be a powerful existence in the future. Unfortunately, you've met me, so you're destined to have no chance. Tell me your name, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. If you want to kill me, then kill me. No need to talk nonsense." Qin Shujian smiled proudly, the long saber in his hand still humming. Even when facing the Almighty, he was calm. When the god race Almighty saw this, a look of admiration flashed across his eyes. To be able to remain so calm in a situation where death was certain, he was indeed a future elite of the human race. Yes, a future elite. In his eyes, Qin Shujian was not a true elite at the moment. Only Almighties could be regarded as experts by Almighties. Remember, the person who's going to kill you is the god race's divine general of the West, Guu. As soon as he finished speaking, Guu pressed down with his palm, the phantom of the river of rules appeared, and he directly used all his power. He knew very well that the human race's geniuses had many means. So, even if he was fully confident, Guu still went all out. Qin Shujian did not move, as if he had been restricted by the territory. To this, Guu's expression was as usual. He did not care what other trump cards Qin Shujian had, such a human race genius would definitely die. Just as the attack was about to hit him, Qin Shujian suddenly moved, and a terrifying force erupted from his body, instantly tearing apart the territory. Then, he held the long saber with both hands, and the power of the rules crossed the space. In the next moment, the long saber slashed out. The terrifying saber aura destroyed heaven and earth. From the outside, one could see a powerful territory being shattered by the saber aura. A powerful god race Almighty could not even react in time and was instantly cut in two. Rumble. The phantom of the river of rules shattered. Blood splattered across the sky. Guu looked at Qin Shujian, who was holding the saber, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. When the spirit deity was about to disappear, he let out a final scream. At this moment, the world seemed to be silent for a moment. Many elites looked at Guu's death, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. In less than an hour of the battle, there was finally an Almighty who had fallen. And the person who had fallen was not an ordinary person. The god race's divine general of the West, Guu. After a brief silence, the god race went crazy. How long had it been? The god race had already lost a few heavenly beings, and one of them was a divine general. One had to know that those who could become divine generals were at least at the 8th level of the heavenly being realm. But now, he was killed by a human sage with a single slash. Such strength. It not only shocked the god race, but also made them go crazy. It wasn't just the myriad races that were shocked. Even the human race was shocked when they saw Qin Shujian standing there proudly. "Didn't you say that you were just a sage? In the end, you told me that you could actually kill an Almighty with a single slash." Qin Yuanbai was originally fighting against an alien race of the same level. At this moment, when he saw Qin Shujian's power, his heart trembled. He knew that Qin Shujian was very strong, but he definitely did not expect him to be so strong. He killed an Almighty in an instant. Then, what level had Qin Shujian's strength reached? Qin Yuanbai did not dare to imagine. However, after a short tremble, he quickly came back to his senses. No matter how strong Qin Shujian was, he was still a human. For the current situation, the more powerhouses there were, the better. On the other side, After killing Guu, Qin Shujian was only slightly out of breath, but he quickly recovered. Obviously, although Guu was strong, he was not so strong that he could not be defeated. Relying on his own strength to break through the other party's domain, Qin Shujian borrowed the power of the laws and directly slashed out with his strongest slash. 17,000 combat power, plus the power of the laws. The power of that slash had almost reached 30,000 combat power. Guu was caught off guard and was killed on the spot. At this moment, Qin Shujian's body was also stained with the blood of the god race, but he did not care. He looked at the myriad races around him with an unparalleled aura. Qin Shujian of the human race is here. Who among the myriad races wants to die? Tianyun of the demon race is here to kill you. An ancient cultivator of the god race is here to kill you. Eldar Pan Shan is here to kill you. In the face of Qin Shujian's provocation, the myriad races did not let him go. They directly sent 3 8th level almighties to kill him. Guu was dead. Whether it was an accident or not, Qin Shujian's strength was not to be underestimated. The myriad races were not fools. They would not send themselves to their deaths one by one. With the current strength of the various races, they had enough spare time to send 3 almighties to kill this human powerhouse. Kid, can you do it? Godslayer was a little worried and said, if you can't do it, just use Zhu Bing. You might be able to solve this crisis with lightning speed. Qin Shujian was unmoved. Looking at the 3 almighties who were besieging him, he licked his dry lips and smiled. 3 almighties, you really think highly of me. Well, I'll kill the 3 of you today. I want to see how many almighties of the myriad races can be killed by me. Boom. Qin Shujian was the first to attack. Under the influence of the laws, the 30,000 combat power slash shattered the vacuum. P.S. I'm sincerely begging for monthly votes. Chapter 572. It was fine if he didn't attack. He went all out the moment he attacked. Although Qin Shujian didn't seem to be worried about facing 3 almighties, only he knew how much pressure he was under. 3 almighties besieged him. The best way was to get rid of one of them first. The target of the attack was the almighties of the god tribe. There was no other reason. Qin Shujian simply didn't like the god tribe. Why did they have to be traitors instead of being humans? Compared to the other tribes, traitors were undoubtedly the most hateful. The god tribe almighties saw the blade coming at him, and his expression was very serious. I'm not that trash Guu. You're too naive if you want to use the same trick again. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened up his territory, wanting to block Qin Shujian's rules. But the moment he opened up his territory, Qin Shujian's divine telekinesis turned into a blade and slashed out. Divinity Realm Martial Art, Spirit Severing. The Spirit Severing blade caused the god tribe almighties to fall into a momentary daze. By the time he reacted, Qian Shanxue was already in front of him. Swoosh, as expected. The god tribe almighties had just reached out his hand when it was cut in 2 by the blade. When experts fought, life and death were decided in an instant. After the blood of the 2 almighties was stained with it, Qian Shanxue cheered, and a blood-colored seal quietly formed on the blade. The 4th Dao artifact appeared. This meant that this Dao artifact had officially become a 4-seal Dao artifact. Before Tianyun and Pan Shan could attack, they saw the god tribe ancient almighties fall. If Guu's death had been unexpected, then the death of an ancient cultivator had shocked the 2 of them. Another almighties had been killed. Qin Shujian was covered in blood. Although his divine telekinesis was severely depleted, he didn't show any signs of it. He looked at Pan Shan and Tianyun. Qin Shujian's killing intent was boiling. So what if you're almighties? You're just chickens and dogs. If I want to kill you, I can crush you to death with my bare hands. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. His 3,000-foot body stood proudly in the sky. His combat power had already reached 17,000. After using lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, it soared directly to 35,000. However, this was only the power of the main body. This was the terror of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. The more his body grew, the more his strength would grow. Watch carefully, this is my true strength, Qin Shujian roared. Wielding the saber with both hands and augmenting it with rule-bending power, his combat power soared to nearly 62,000. The next second, 1,000 mountain blood slashed down. With the boost from the four-seal Daoist artifact, his combat power was close to 65,000. Facing this saber, Pan Shan roared in anger. He could not believe that a mere saint-level human could be so strong. 65,000 combat power, that was the limit of a celestial being. Pan Shan wanted to retreat, but there was nowhere to go. Tianyun, help me. He only had time to let out a furious roar and immediately retracted the power of his domain to within 10 feet of his body. At the same time, a solid shield condensed in front of him, intending to take the blade head-on. Earth Eldar. Its strongest point was its defense. Given Pan Shan's strength as an 8th-stage celestial being, even if he were to face a 9th-stage celestial being head-on, he would still be able to remain unscathed. Boom! The saber slashed out, tearing the domain apart and slamming heavily into the shield. In an instant, rubble flew everywhere. The shield only lasted for a breath of time before shattering. Pan Shan was sent flying. The saber wound on his chest was so deep that his bones could be seen. Although he was not killed, he was still heavily injured. Just as Qin Shujian was about to give chase, Tianyun's attack had arrived. There was no need to dodge. He could only brace his energy and take the blow head-on. Bam! His energy shattered. Qin Shujian's body faintly cracked. He staggered 2 steps forward, then turned around and counterattacked with his saber. Tianyun's heart was filled with warnings. Without thinking, he dodged. The situation had changed rapidly. From Qin Shujian's capture to Tianyun's evasion. In just a few breaths of time, one of the 3 Almighties had fallen, one was heavily injured, and the last one was on high alert. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. His cracked body recovered in an instant. He looked coldly at Tianyun and said, "Very well. You let him escape. Then you can bring him to his death." The chance to kill an Almighty was only for a moment. Now that Pan Shan had fled, Qin Shujian did not have the chance to pursue him. Tianyun had become his only target. At this moment, the battle on the human side was also tragic. The Supreme Sect's sect master, Su Zheng, was coughing up blood from the attacks of 2 Golden Eldar saints. Even if the sect's experts had left behind some methods to deal with saints, they could only deal with 1, not 2. There were 2 saints in front of him. One was a 4th-tier celestial being, while the other was a 5th-tier celestial being. Both of them were stronger than Su Zheng. It was not easy for Su Zheng to hold on until now. He coughed up blood and retreated. Su Zheng took the time to look at his surroundings. He found that the humans were all caught in a fierce battle. Although there were experts who were heavily injured, however, the human experts suffered more injuries than the others. Seeing this, Su Zheng smiled sadly. Then, looking at the 2 Golden Eldar saints who were attacking him, he gripped the long sword in his hand and charged over. Today, Su Zheng of the Supreme Sect has killed the Celestials of the myriad races. The humans are weak. We must protect the Supreme Sect's legacy. A furious roar, accompanied by a shocking wave of energy, spread out. Self-detonation. A 3rd-tier celestial being and a 4-seal Dao artifact had self-detonated. The 2 Golden Eldar saints had not expected Su Zheng to be so unyielding. As he self-detonated, the Golden Eldar saints could not dodge in time and took the terrifying attack head-on. Boom! The void shattered. A blood-stained figure fell from the sky. It was the 5th-tier celestial being Golden Eldar saints. As for the 4th-tier celestial being Golden Eldar saints, he had been completely obliterated by the power of the self-detonation. But even so, the Golden Eldar saints were also heavily injured. The waves of self-detonation and Su Zheng's words immediately attracted the attention of many people. Seeing the scene of self-detonation, some people felt sympathy for the death of a rabbit. He had fallen. This was once the strongest cultivator in the world of cultivation, but now, he had severely injured a saint and was holding another saint in his arms as he died. Brother Su, rest in peace. This old man will protect your supreme sect. Sai Hanhai's face trembled. Suddenly, he pushed back his opponent with a palm strike. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of the heavily injured Golden Eldar Saints. With a wave of his hand, a fragment of a Dao artifact appeared in his hand. Sai Hanhai lowered his head and looked at the fragment in his hand. He sighed softly, as if recalling something. It was this sigh that seemed to have unraveled a terrifying seal. A terrifying killing intent surged out of the void, and the monstrous killing intent dyed the void red. The Golden Eldar Saint felt as if his heart was being squeezed by a large hand, and it became difficult for him to breathe. Sai Hanhai easily crushed the fragment in his hand, then raised his head to look at the Golden Eldar expert. It was unknown when it started. His appearance had changed greatly. His pale silver hair had turned blood red, and his wrinkled face had regained its youthfulness. His pitch-black eyes, however, had turned blood red. If I had another 100 years, I would have succeeded. I didn't expect to break the seal so quickly. Why kill? Isn't peace good? Sai Hanhai revealed an evil smile as he looked at the Golden Eldar Saint and said softly, "Tell me, why is there killing? Can't we all coexist peacefully?" Although the Golden Eldar expert was shocked by Sai Hanhai's transformation, he was still an expert who had been famous for many years. In the face of such a question, he immediately responded with a sneer. "As long as you humans are all dead, there will naturally be no more killing." "I see. As long as I kill all my enemies, there will be no more killing. But the problem is, I'm also a human. I can always kill myself. If that's the case, then I can only kill all of you, right?" Sai Hanhai nodded as if he had understood something, then said with a smile. The Golden Eldar expert sneered, "Stop pretending to be mysterious." He no longer intended to listen to Sai Hanhai's nonsense. Although the person in front of him looked strange, he was still a fifth-tier celestial being expert. He had just been severely injured by the explosion, and now, after a short period of time, he had recovered a little. This was also the reason why the Golden Eldar expert was talking nonsense with Sai Hanhai. What he needed was time to recover. At this moment, the Golden Eldar expert did not intend to wait any longer. His true energy erupted, and a terrifying golden light illuminated the sky as it blasted toward Sai Hanhai. Sai Hanhai took a step forward. The crimson in the void suddenly moved, and before the golden light completely arrived, it was swallowed by an unknown force. The next moment, Sai Hanhai had already arrived in front of the Golden Eldar expert. The Golden Eldar expert was shocked. When he wanted to retreat, a white palm had already landed on his shoulder. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent sealed his body. "You said that as long as one side dies, there will be no more killing, right?" Sai Hanhai asked as he nonchalantly tore off one of the opponent's arms. The pain of a broken arm. This caused the powerhouse to let out a miserable shriek. "Ah, answer me. Ah, kill me if you have the guts." Another arm was torn off. "Why don't you answer me? Ah." The left leg was torn apart. Sai Hanhai looked at the other party with a furious expression and questioned, "Why don't you answer me?" After that, he tore off the other party's right leg. In a short period of time, the Golden Eldar expert in front of him had all 4 limbs broken. Subsequently, Sai Hanhai continued to ask questions, and his hands did not stop moving, tearing apart the Golden Eldar expert's body bit by bit. Killing. An inhumane killing. The Golden Eldar expert's screams echoed on the battlefield. This scene. Not only did it frighten many experts of the 10,000 races, but it also frightened the experts of the human race. No one would have thought that Sai Hanhai, who had never had much of a presence, would have such terrifying strength that he could easily kill a saint expert. And not only was his strength terrifying, but it was also unimaginably perverse. That's right. He was a pervert. At this moment, Sai Hanhai gave people the feeling that he was a complete pervert. Which normal person would ask questions with a smile while torturing someone to death? The Fu Hai sect was a top sect in the East Wen Prefecture. The East Wen Prefecture was the most peaceful place in the Great Jiao. There was almost no killing or fighting. It could be said that it was a sacred place in the hearts of some people. But now, the others were shaken. Was the East Wen Prefecture really a sacred place? Was there really no killing or fighting in the East Wen Prefecture? Was it the most peaceful place in the Great Zhao? If anyone said yes now, then they wanted to ask, what kind of peaceful place could give birth to a pervert like Sai Hanhai? At this moment, the Golden Eldar expert only had his head left, but he was still not dead. Sai Hanhai squeezed the other party's head with one hand and shook his head in disappointment and regret. It seems that you don't know the answer. Then please die. Hearing these words, the Golden Eldar expert was not angry. Instead, a trace of relief appeared in his eyes. Then he saw Sai Hanhai squeeze his hand and directly crush the other party's head. The other Golden Eldar experts were completely enraged. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding their head. If they were not as strong as others and were killed by the other party, they would accept it. At this moment, a saint had been killed in public. The Golden Eldar's face was as if it had been rubbed against the ground. Immediately, some of the Metal Spirit Tribe mighty figures immediately abandoned their original opponents and charged toward Sai Hanhai. I'm going to extract your divine soul and light it up in a sky lantern. I'm going to torture you to death. The Metal Spirit Tribe's supreme being was furious. He swore to kill Sai Hanhai and give him a taste of his own medicine. To this, Sai Hanhai looked at the other party with his blood-red eyes and a faint smile appeared on his face. I know how to light up a sky lantern too. Let's play together. The crimson red in the void swept out like a domain and instantly enveloped the mighty figure of the Metal Spirit clan. At the same time, a real domain erupted and collided with it. The battle continued. Compared to the entire battlefield, Sai Hanhai's battle was only a small part of it. Perhaps Su Zheng's self-destruction had opened a door. Seeing that he was no match for him, a celestial from the Imperial Court immediately roared, "The human race will win." Boom. Another celestial self-destructed. The experts of the myriad races who were fighting were directly swallowed by the power of the self-destruction and died. Even the experts beside them were affected. As the celestial from the Imperial Court self-destructed, then, the human race will win. Another 3 earth-shattering explosions sounded. 3 human celestials self-destructed, dragging 5 experts of the myriad races with them. At this moment, there were also experts of the myriad races who were seriously injured. Seeing that they were no match for the human race, they also self-destructed. Boom! A terrifying power exploded. The Divine Wind Marquis coughed up blood and fell. Originally, he was suppressing a Saint Stage 5 expert of the myriad races. In the end, the other party self-destructed and he was caught off guard. The moment the Divine Wind Marquis was heavily injured. Immediately, a group of Saint Realm cultivators rushed over. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them fought, cracking the void. The person who attacked was also a peak Saint expert. If the Divine Wind Marquis was at his peak, he would naturally not be afraid. But now that he was heavily injured, it was difficult for him to survive alone. However, the Divine Wind Marquis still had the Divine Wind Mansion's Dao artifact. The 6 Seal Dao artifact's power was unparalleled. Even though he was heavily injured, he was not immediately defeated. However, the myriad races saw that the Divine Wind Marquis was weak. Immediately, more saints joined the battle, trying to take the opportunity to kill this human expert. This was a battle between experts below the level of Almighties. The battle between Almighties and above had reached a white-hot stage. How many Almighties did the human race have? Not counting the human emperor, the human race had a total of 8 Almighties. On the other hand, the myriad races had a total of 30 Almighties. The numbers of both sides were not on the same level. Almost every Almighty of the human race was besieged by several Almighties. Fortunately, Qin Shujian killed 2 Almighties and heavily injured Pan Shan. In the end, he suppressed Tian Yun, forcing the myriad races to send out 2 more Almighties to besiege him. Besides that, there was also a variable like Sai Hanhai, who divided the battle strength of an Almighty. As a result, 2 Almighties entered the Saint race and directly divided into 7 Almighties. Although there were still many Almighties left, it was much better than the original situation. 23 Almighties. Marquis Bayun held the Zhu Bing in his hand and directly fought 5 Almighties. Then, it was Shi Yang. This crown prince's strength was also terrifying. Under the circumstances of not showing off his strength, he had reached the 9th level of the heaven-human realm. With his own strength, he forcefully held back 3 Almighties of the same realm. The remaining Marquis Chenshan and the Pavilion Elder of the Imperial Astronomy Board were each besieged by 2 to 3 Almighties. Boom. Boom. At the highest point of the sky, the battle continued. The human emperor's posture was arrogant. He beat Blood Ling Huang and the Divine Emperor until they kept coughing up blood. They were both Almighties. The human emperor's strength was much stronger than the emperors of the 2 races. However, no matter how weak the emperors of the 2 races were, they were still Nirvana realm existences. It was not easy to kill them. Boom, the fist force shattered the sky. The Divine Emperor's body was smashed until it cracked, and he almost fell from the void. The human emperor's spiritual sense swept across, and his face instantly darkened. 40 celestial beings. Less than half a day had passed, and 10 of them had fallen. If things continued to drag on like this, the human race experts would most likely be completely annihilated here. However, as time passed, the battle had gradually left the exit of the passage. The human emperor shouted angrily, "Attack with all your strength and kill the foreign races." After saying that, he had already chased after the Divine Emperor. He could not be bothered with Blood Ling Huang at all. They were both Almighties. The human emperor was determined to kill the traitors. A human powerhouse below immediately crushed a jade talisman. Great Zhao. When the human powerhouse crushed the jade talisman, the 4 city lords immediately received the imperial edict and immediately ordered, "The human emperor's imperial edict has arrived. All armies, follow me to battle." Their voices covered thousands of miles and entered everyone's ears. Immediately after, 2 of the 4 city lords rose into the air and took the lead to step into the passage. Behind them, millions of troops entered in an orderly manner. Then, it was the cultivators of the various sects and the itinerant cultivators who came to participate in the battle. There were still 2 city lords who did not move because their duty was to guard the entrance of the passage and ensure that the powerhouses of the myriad races would not enter the eastern continent. Otherwise, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. On the other side, 2 city lords at the 5th level of the celestial being realm walked out of the passage and immediately attacked the myriad races. Behind the passage, the army stepped out. Black flags, black armor, and cold saber light. Coupled with the indifferent faces of the soldiers, a shocking killing intent shook the void. These were the true elites of the Great Zhao. They were also the elite army that the Great Zhao had spent more than 6,000 years to nurture. An army of 4 million. The weakest was at the 7th level of the true martial realm, the physical invulnerability realm. The Dekarches were at the spirit god realm, the Dekarches were at the airborne realm, the Centurions were at the vision sage realm, the Chiliarchs were at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, and the captains were at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. The final leader was at the peak of the divine martial realm. Every 10,000 people could form an army formation that was comparable to the 2nd level of the celestial being realm. Every 100,000 people could form an army formation that was comparable to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. Every million people could form an army formation that was comparable to the 8th level of the celestial being realm. 4 million people could form an army formation that was comparable to the peak of the celestial being realm. As the army stepped out, they immediately saw the 4 million troops forming 40 army formations that were comparable to the Saint realm. They surrounded the powerhouses of the myriad races. Their killing intent was shocking, and their fighting spirit was high. Instantly, the originally disadvantaged situation was instantly reversed with the influx of the army. 4 million troops. It was equivalent to 40 powerhouses at the 4th level of the celestial being realm. The only difference was that the army couldn't fight for a long time. The longer the battle dragged on, the more casualties the soldiers would suffer, and the army formation wouldn't collapse on its own. But this was enough. The myriad races obviously didn't expect that the humans would let ordinary soldiers participate in such a great battle. They also didn't expect that the humans, who could be crushed to death with their bare hands, would be so powerful after forming an army formation. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. After being sent flying by the human emperor again, the divine emperor couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared, "If you don't make a move, I'll immediately lead the god race to retreat. When the humans rise, you won't have an easy time either. Why are you in such a hurry, divine emperor?" The void shattered like a mirror, and a huge dragon head poked out of the void, letting out a calm voice. Then, there was another dense Buddhist light, and a golden lotus bloomed, with a stone man sitting cross-legged on it. Amitabha, I'm here. Then, 2 more supreme powerhouses appeared. The scene suddenly became solemn. Looking at the 4 supreme powerhouses surrounding the human emperor in the sky, some human powerhouses were worried. Although they had great confidence in the human emperor, now that he was facing 4 supreme powerhouses, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems. At this moment, more than half of the battle situation fell on the human emperor. If the human emperor won, the humans had a high chance of solving the current predicament. But if the human emperor lost, the humans would lose without a doubt. The human emperor put his hands behind his back. He didn't look at the emperors of the other 3 races, but looked at the stone man on the golden lotus. "Ancient Buddha, are you really going to intervene? The humans have no grudges with the ancient Buddha clan. If the ancient Buddha clan is willing to stop, the humans won't be calculative with you after this. Amitabha, the humans shouldn't have left the eastern continent. The human emperor has personally sent the humans to eternal damnation. In my opinion, the human emperor should follow me to the ancient Buddha territory to atone for his sins." The ancient Buddha's fingers were like flowers as he spoke gently. "In that case, there's nothing more to say. After today, the humans will destroy the ancient Buddha clan." The human emperor shook his head. The fate of the ancient Buddha clan had been decided. Then, he pulled the void with his palm, and the long river of time suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, when the long river of time devoured the sovereigns of the 4 races, he had already stepped in first. In response, the sovereigns of the 4 races didn't resist and directly entered the long river of time. In an instant, the human emperor and the supreme powerhouses of the 4 races disappeared. Only the long river of time was vast in the sky, and occasionally, there would be slight vibrations as if something was shaking. The war had never stopped for a moment. P.S. Please support the original version, Chijian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. Chapter 573. Lawful Embodiment of Heaven and Earth. The saber cut through the void. Qin Shujian was no longer in the mood to care about others. Facing the siege of 3 8th-level celestial beings, he was also in a tough battle. In terms of combat strength, although Qin Shujian was only at the 5th-level celestial being, his true strength was much stronger than an 8th-level celestial being. Coupled with the amplification of the laws, it was enough to defeat an 8th-level celestial being. Unfortunately, his comprehension of the laws had yet to reach a very strong level. Under the weakening of the 3 8th-level celestial beings' domains, Qin Shujian could not borrow much of the power of the laws. Rumble. The blood of 1,000 mountains bloomed with extreme brilliance, dyeing the blood-colored saber aura and directly shattering the void. Even the domain of an 8th-level celestial being could be torn apart. His target was a white jade skeleton. The undead race. Compared to the demon race and the celestial race, the undead race was weaker. One had to pick the soft persimmon. To solve the current predicament, one had to kill a mighty to break the current balance. Therefore, the undead race's mighty became Qin Shujian's target. "You're courting death." Being targeted by Qin Shujian, the undead race's mighty was also furious. The 3 of them besieged him, but the other party kept picking him to fight. Even if they were bullying others, they would not go overboard. Why did they not attack the demon race and the celestial race but specifically attack him? Was he really that weak? The undead race's mighty was furious. The white jade palm blasted out, and the illusory river of laws crossed the void, instantly corroding the space. Qin Shujian did not dodge. Relying on his powerful physical body, he faced the river of laws head-on. Dense energy surged out of his body, constantly resisting the scouring of the long river of laws. 9 tribulations immortal body. After breaking through to the 7th tribulation, even staying in the star sulfur lava for more than 10 days was not a problem. One had to know that the star sulfur lava was something plucked by the emperors when they destroyed the stars. Although it was not as powerful as the river of laws, it was not a problem to resist for a while. Qin Shujian withstood the erosion of the river of laws. Before his body decayed, the blood of 1,000 mountains had already slashed down heavily. The long saber tore the river apart. The terrifying blade made the undead clan's mighty figure feel shocked. He took a step back and dodged the blade. Just as he was retreating, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, sped up and approached the undead almighty. Immediately after, then, he saw him getting closer and closer. The mighty figure of the undead clan was shocked. Just as he was guessing Qin Shujian's purpose, boom, a terrifying force exploded from Qin Shujian's body. The distance between the two sides was less than 20 feet. The power of the explosion shattered Qin Shujian's body, and at the same time, the white jade skeleton's luster dimmed. Die. Qin Shujian's vital essence transformed into a set of clothes that covered his body. Even though his physical body was severely damaged, he did not care about anything else and slashed at the undead clan powerhouse. Boom. The blood-red saber slammed heavily on the white jade skeleton's body. In an instant, the bones shattered. Qin Shujian took a step forward and grabbed the white jade skeleton's broken body with his big hand. The red lotus of purgation burned and swallowed the undead clan's mighty figure. Ah! The red lotus of purgation burned. A terrifying pain rose from his body, causing the undead clan's mighty figure to scream miserably. Everything happened in a flash. No one expected Qin Shujian to be so ruthless as to use his own Dao artifact to self-detonate. Not to mention that the other party's physical body was so strong. The self-detonation did not kill him. Instead, it seriously injured the undead clan's powerhouse. The situation changed in an instant. After Qin Shujian paid the price of the dustless immortal robe, he finally dealt with a mighty figure in the 8th level of the heaven-human realm. If it was in the past, Qin Shujian would use the red lotus of purgation to hide before making a move. However, he did not have such thoughts now. Hide. It was completely unnecessary. His strength no longer allowed him to keep a low profile. In that case, Qin Shujian might as well use it openly. The red lotus of purgation burned. In a few breaths, it was about to refine the white jade skeleton. Tianyun and the god clan's mighty figure were also furious. The 3 of them attacked together, and one of them was killed instantly. Although they did not know what Qin Shujian was doing, they understood that this was not the time to hesitate. Boom. Tianyun took a step forward. The river of laws beneath his feet pierced through the void, instantly closing the distance between him and Qin Shujian. He was not afraid of Qin Shujian's Dao artifact self-detonating. In terms of physical body, the monster race was never inferior to the human race. If the other party dared to self-detonate, he would definitely suffer the consequences of his own actions. On the other side, the same went for the god clan's mighty figure. The river of laws shortened the distance between the two sides. The two joined forces to attack Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Qin Shujian grabbed the white jade skeleton, turned around, and ran. Don't even think about escaping. Tianyun roared as he chased after Lin Fan. Trying to escape. It wasn't that easy. Since the start of the war, a few of the mighty figures of the 10,000 races had fallen in the hands of the other party. And, this was just a human of the saint state. If they did not take this opportunity to kill such a powerful being, he would definitely be another terrifying being once he grew up. Any threat had to be nipped in the bud. In Tianyun's opinion, Qin Shujian had already expended a lot of energy to kill the mighty figures earlier on. Otherwise, why would he avoid the battle at this moment? This was an opportunity. Jiyu Shong, don't hold back anymore. Jiyu Yu and Jiyu Xiao of your god race have already fallen in the hands of this human. If he were to escape, it would be the end of us when he becomes a mighty figure in the future. Tianyun roared out. The mighty figure of the god race, Jiyu Shong, replied coldly, he won't be able to escape. After killing 2 mighty figures of my god race, he will definitely die. Up in the skies, 3 streaks of light smashed through the void and clashed with one another. Qin Shujian was fast. However, Tianyun and Jiyu Shong were even faster. Wherever their realms reached, the mighty figures could teleport through the void. At this moment, the both of them were stepping on the long river of laws as their realms spread out continuously. With every step they took, the distance between them was shortened by an unknown amount. In just a few breaths of time, Qin Shujian had already been caught up. Boom! Jiyu Shong punched out as his fist aura shattered the void. Qin Shujian did not turn back as a grade 13 golden lotus bloomed on his body. This was a 7-seal Dao weapon. It was only at this moment that he used it for real. The moment the golden lotus made contact with the fist, it swayed wildly as the lotus leaves were destroyed inch by inch. Against a strike from a heaven state level 8 being, the 7-seal Dao weapon was not made of paper. Just as the illusory golden lotus was about to be destroyed, it managed to defend against the punch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Shujian pulled a distance away once more. He then channeled his true energy into the golden lotus. The initially dim and shattered illusory golden lotus recovered at this moment. Tianyun slapped out with his palm as his power landed heavily on the golden lotus. The terrifying power tore the illusory golden lotus apart. Qin Shujian did not dare to hesitate as he immediately struck out with his grade 13 golden lotus. A vast golden lotus bloomed on top of his head. As Tianyun's attack fell, the golden lotus trembled slightly but did not collapse. After a short delay, Qin Shujian shattered the void with a step and escaped a distance away. At this moment, the white jade skeleton in his hand had been completely refined by the red lotus of purgation. The white jade skeleton disappeared as Qin Shujian grabbed a red lotus in his hand. The next second, Qin Shujian directly absorbed the red lotus. A terrifying and pure energy poured into the red lotus. Immediately, the Guyuan ancestral cannon was activated. 1-star acupoint after another was opened under the impact of this energy. Heaven state level 8. Even if it was the weakest heaven state level 8, the power it contained should not be underestimated. The red lotus of purgation refined it. Qin Shujian directly absorbed 1/10 of the white jade skeleton's power. Not only that, after refining the white jade skeleton, his life force had also increased by 7.5 billion points on top of his original foundation. It seemed that after breaking through to the almighty level, the life source provided was also more abundant. In addition, he had killed a few heavenly beings and 2 almighties. Although he did not use the red lotus of purgation to refine them, it provided a lot of life source. At this moment, after devouring the white jade skeleton, Qin Shujian's life source broke through the 15 billion mark. After breaking through the 15 billion mark, Qin Shujian saw that in the omnipotent martial arts column, all of them had a plus sign indicating that they could be upgraded. However, he did not upgrade immediately. Instead, he activated the grade 13 golden lotus to protect himself as he fled in the void. Tianyun and Jiyu Shong chased after him crazily. Human, you're dead. How long can the 7-seal Dao artifact last? When your true essence is exhausted, it will be the time of your death. Jiyu Shong threatened as he chased after him. The 7-seal Dao artifact's defense was indeed unparalleled. But he and Tianyun were not ordinary almighties. With their strength, it was enough to break the defense of the Dao artifact. If Qin Shujian did not keep running and did not dare to fight head-on. Hearing that, Qin Shujian sneered and said, if you have the guts, then catch up. If you can't, then stop talking nonsense. But it's good that the god race left the human race. With such weak strength, otherwise, wouldn't it bring shame to the human race? After drawing a wave of hatred, he continued to flee. Behind him, the exasperated Jiyu Shong chased after him. He was not afraid that Qin Shujian could run away. Two almighties were chasing after him. Whether it was speed or foundation, it was not something a saint cultivator could compare with. Now that the other party had the Seven Seal Dao artifact to protect him, he could barely fight back. When he could not continue, Ji Yusheng was ready to let Qin Shujian know what the gap was. After a wave of ridicule, Qin Shujian tried his best to escape. Now, half of the white jade skeleton's energy had been digested, and 12,756 star acupoints had been opened. The current him, every time he opened an acupoint, his strength would increase. Now, half of the energy had been digested. Qin Shujian's combat power had reached 19,000. Another quarter of an hour passed. The white jade skeleton's energy had been completely refined, and 13,200 star acupoints had been opened. At the same time, his combat power had broken through the 20,000 mark and reached 21,000. Boom, the Law River came crashing down. The seemingly sturdy Seven Seal Dao artifact was broken by this attack, and cracks appeared on the Golden Lotus. Qin Shujian waved his hand and withdrew the Golden Lotus, but his footsteps did not stop. Without the Seven Seal Dao artifact, it's time for you to die. Ji Yusheng's face was ferocious. He took a step forward, and the Law River swept across the sky. He punched toward Qin Shujian. At the same time, with 12.8 billion life source consumed, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth broke through from the 7th level to the 8th level. His body grew from 3,000 feet to 7,000 feet tall. Qin Shujian turned around abruptly. The 1,000 mountain blood cleaved down at Ji Yusheng with boundless might. This slash. It gathered all the strength in his body. With the enhancement of the 8th level of lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, 21,000 combat power had reached 45,000. The law amplification. His combat power neared 79,000. What did it mean to have a combat power of 79,000? Even an immortal's combat power would only be 100,000. This slash, it cut through the void. From Ji Yusheng's point of view, only that cold saber light occupied his entire vision. At this moment, the haze of death shrouded him. Ji Yusheng was shocked. He pushed the law power to the extreme, and then blasted out the most dazzling and powerful punch he had ever thrown in his life. The fist and saber collided, and flesh and blood were torn apart. Tian Yun, who was chasing after him, saw the saber light encompassing all the light in the world, as if it had split the void into two. When the saber light disappeared, Ji Yusheng's body had been split into two. Blood splattered in the void, and the Law River collapsed. Tian Yun was shocked. Then, he met Qin Shujian's cold eyes. Half a breath later, Tian Yun turned around and left. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of fighting Qin Shujian. What saint cultivator? What heavenly being? In Tian Yun's eyes, they were all fake. The other party was definitely an old monster of the human race. He had deliberately hidden his cultivation base to come here and kill the powerful beings of the myriad races. Now, Tian Yun's heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. That was the fear he had for Qin Shujian. It's my turn now. Seeing Tian Yun escape, Qin Shujian chased after him. No matter what, the god race could barely be considered as a human. He had no thoughts of refining the other party. But Tian Yun was different. Qin Shujian did not feel the slightest bit of pressure from refining the demon race. A single white jade skeleton had allowed him to open more than 1,000 star acupoints. If he devoured Tian Yun, the benefits would be even greater. If it was in the past, how could there be so many powerful beings for him to kill? At this moment, in Qin Shujian's eyes, the battlefield was his greatest opportunity. The original situation was completely reversed with Ji Yusheng's death. Tian Yun was frantically fleeing in front, while Qin Shujian was relentlessly pursuing him from behind. On the other hand, the god race was going crazy. How long had it been? The Divine Martial Academy had already lost 3 powerful beings, and they were all 8th level heavenly beings. So many powerful beings had fallen. Even if they wiped out the human race in this battle, the god race would suffer a great loss in strength. It might even attract the covetous eyes of the other races. Boom! The void shattered inch by inch. A huge palm reached out and slapped toward Qin Shujian. This palm, it made Qin Shujian's expression change drastically. Without thinking, he slashed out with his saber. When the saber aura shattered, a crack appeared on the palm. A trickle of blood slid down, but it recovered quickly. At an unknown time, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a white robe, walked out from inside. As the old man appeared, many powerful beings of the myriad races were shocked. However, some god race powerful beings were overjoyed. The high priest has made his move. On the other side, Tianyun also stopped his urge to flee. Looking at the high priest from afar, he cupped his hands and said, "Tianyun of the monster race thanks the high priest of the god race for your help. No worries." The high priest of the god race waved his hand, but his gaze fell on Qin Shujian. In an instant, an invisible pressure came from the void. The rule power that was originally attached to Qin Shujian's body was also completely eliminated at this time. The rule power retreated. The power fell. Qin Shujian's expression was incomparably solemn. He immediately activated his Dharma eye and looked over. Name, Yuan Feng Realm, 10-level heavenly being. After seeing the other party's realm, Qin Shujian was not too shocked. Just from the power of the other party's attack just now, his strength was definitely extraordinary. 10-level heavenly being was within Qin Shujian's expectations. At this moment, in the face of a 10-level heavenly being high priest of the god race, Qin Shujian also felt an immense pressure. 10-level heavenly being. He had already reached the end of the heavenly being realm. Above that was the Nirvana realm powerhouse. Excluding the human sovereign, there was not a single powerhouse of this level in the human race. In the sea of consciousness, the god-slaying saber's voice turned serious as he said, "The 10th layer of the sky human stage is already the limit. One more step and you'll be able to reach the Nirvana stage." Cultivators at this level already have an extremely strong control over the laws. Although they can't control the rule power, their understanding and application of the rule power is not something you can compare to. Your current combat strength is very strong, but without the rule power amplification, your combat strength will not exceed 50,000. The weakest 10-level heavenly being has a combat strength of 20,000 to 30,000. Coupled with the amplification of the rule power, their strength is already not something you can contend with. Moreover, the person in front of you may not be an ordinary heavenly being. Kid, if you want to deal with him, you will have to use Zhu Bing to have any hope. Godslayer's words sounded in the sea of consciousness. Qin Shujian stared coldly at Yuan Feng. Even without Godslayer saying it, he also knew the gap between him and this high priest of the god race. If you are willing to abandon your identity as a human and join the god race, I can spare your life. Yuan Feng looked at Qin Shujian with a gentle expression. Originally, he had no intention of making a move. In order to deduce the matter of the human race and Chen He, this high priest of the god race also suffered considerable injuries. But it could not be helped that there were god race powerhouses falling one after another. Yuan Feng also could not do anything without interfering. However, Qin Shujian, who was standing in front of him, made him think differently. Now, the god race had suffered great losses. If he could take in such a powerhouse, it could make up for the losses. Although Qin Shujian killed several god race celestials and was not a small problem, in Yuan Feng's view, dead powerhouses were far less important than living powerhouses. Qin Shujian said, "If you give up your identity as a god race member, I can also accept you back to the human race and give you the position of an elder of the sect." Hearing that, Yuan Feng revealed a look of regret, shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's a pity that you did not cherish the chance to live. I can only send you to the Western Paradise. Otherwise, when someone like you grows up, the threat to the god race will be too great." Just as he finished talking. But Qin Shujian took the initiative to attack. 1,000 mountain blood wrapped in vital essence slashed out, the blood-colored saber aura transforming into 100,000 feet in size. Yuan Feng reached out a hand, a terrifying palm aura blasted out. When the saber aura collided with the palm aura, the former instantly crumbled. Subsequently, Yuan Feng took a step forward, a nearly solid long river of laws surging. A palm blasted out, the long river of laws crossed the air and came over. The moment the long river of laws blasted over, Qin Shujian seemed to have seen the past and the future inside, and even the scene of him being killed by Yuan Feng. See, you are destined to fall in the future, so why struggle? Yuan Feng's words entered Qin Shujian's ears like a ghost, and a mysterious force was persuading him to give up resisting. Qin Shujian was unmoved, his long saber slashing out, tearing through the void. There is only one past, but there are countless changes in the future. What you see is just one of them. It is foolish to believe that a possibility in the future is the truth. There are indeed countless possibilities in the future, but in my opinion, this is the truth. Yuan Feng stepped on the long river of laws, easily shattering the saber aura like a god descending to the mortal world. In terms of strength, although your combat strength is heaven-defying, your realm is much lower. How can you compete with me like this? Boom. As Yuan Feng spoke, the long river of laws had already blasted over. Qin Shujian could not dodge, and his physical body faced the long river of laws head-on. Under the effect of that terrifying power, his physical body, which had already reached the seventh tribulation, could not withstand it. Instantly, his physical body cracked, and blood flowed wildly. Yuan Feng pressed down with the long river of laws and said, "See, this is not only the difference in realm, but also the difference in strength. However, how can you, who has become a saint, compete with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, his palm fell. Qin Shujian raised his saber and slashed out, but it was directly annihilated in the face of this force. Boom. His 50,000-foot body broke through the void. Yuan Feng's body relied on the long river of laws and seemed to have become infinitely large, easily injuring Qin Shujian. On the other side, the battle between the middle and low-level heavenly beings eased as the army charged in. However, in the battle between the mighty figures, the human race was at a disadvantage. Marquis Baiyun was very strong. With the Zhu Bing in his hand, he could contend with several mighty figures of the same level even if he did not activate the Zhu Bing's power. However, he could only contend with the mighty figures. It was not easy to activate the Zhu Bing. With Marquis Baiyun's strength, it was not easy to truly activate the power of the stone spear. While Marquis Baiyun was entangled, the other mighty figures were not having a good time either. At this moment, Feng Bai was being besieged by three mighty figures. As the most senior person in the Imperial Astronomer, his strength was not weak. He had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Being and was close to the 9th level of the Heaven Being. However, even so, he was besieged by two 8th level Heaven Beings and a 7th level Heaven Being. It was difficult for him to hold on. Bang! The void collapsed. When Feng Bai injured an 8th level Heaven Being with a spear, he also suffered the attacks of two mighty figures. Half of his shoulder directly exploded, and his flesh and blood scattered. Feng Bai's face turned pale, but he did not stop attacking. The long spear swept out, and the long river of laws vaguely appeared. Pavilion Elder Feng. Seeing that Feng Bai was seriously injured, Su Zhong and the other Pavilion Elders' expressions changed. However, there was nothing they could do even if they wanted to. Everyone had their own opponents. Feng Bai was the strongest among the Pavilion Elders, so he encountered the most powerhouses. Soon, under the siege of three mighty figures, Feng Bai was seriously injured. At this moment, Shi Yang was also fighting with three 9th level Heaven Beings. Suddenly, he had a thought. He directly threw out the ancient bronze sword in his hand, and it exploded in the air. Boom. P.S. I was fighting with someone today, so I missed some writing time. I'm writing the rest now. Chapter 574. The self-destruction of a six-seal Dao artifact was not much different from the self-destruction of a mighty figure. The faces of the three celestials flickered, and they instinctively retreated. Then, they unleashed a barrage of attacks to neutralize the power. When the ancient greenish-bronze sword self-destructed, another earth-shattering sound was heard. The seriously injured Feng Bai suddenly self-destructed. The three celestial being powerhouses who surrounded him were caught off guard and were directly blown up. Instantly, the 7th level celestial being powerhouse died, and the two 8th-level celestial being powerhouses were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Just as the others were shocked. Shi Yang seemed to have expected it. He punched out, and the long river of laws crushed the void. In an instant, he tore apart a heavily injured 8th-level celestial being powerhouse. Then, he punched out, and the other 8th-level celestial being powerhouse was also smashed into pieces. The sudden change. It caught the human race and the myriad races off guard. No one expected it. The reason why Feng Bai had chosen to self-destruct so decisively was because, after all, having cultivated to such a level, he already had the ability to reincarnate and cultivate again. Even if he died at the hands of another, there was still a chance for him to make a comeback. But once he self-destructed, that would be equivalent to sacrificing everything. A cultivator who self-destructed. He did not have the qualifications to reincarnate and cultivate again. Therefore, Feng Bai's decisive self-destruction caught the other celestial being cultivators off guard. In addition, Shi Yang suddenly attacked. He had successfully exchanged 1 for 3. Seeing this, the expressions of the powerhouses of the myriad races changed. As for the 3 mighty figures who were forced to retreat by the power of the ancient greenish-bronze sword self-destruction, causing Shi Yang to be free to attack, their faces were frighteningly pale. It was fine if it was 3 against 1. It was understandable that they could not take down the other party in a short period of time. However, during the battle, it was completely unreasonable for the other party to take the time to kill 2 of their powerhouses. Feng Bai. Su Zhon's expression was sorrowful. At this point in the battle, the situation was finally developing in a direction that he did not want. Finally, a mighty figure of the human race had fallen. Compared to the myriad races, the number of mighty figures of the human race was really one less. Fortunately, Feng Bai's death indirectly dragged 3 mighty figures down with him. He had done his best. At this moment, the other powerful beings from the other races were also on high alert. Even if they were to fight against the human race, they did not dare to use their full strength. They were afraid that the other party would be like Feng Bai and give them a vicious blow. After all, unless they were truly forced into a dead end, who would self-destruct? Compared to the human race, the experts of the myriad races had a great advantage. As long as they slowly wore down the human race, sooner or later, the human race would be worn down to death. Therefore, there was no need to compete with the humans to see who was more ruthless. On the contrary, humans, however, were different. If they lost this battle, the human clan of the Eastern continent could be declared dead. Therefore, the human race could not be defeated. Even if they had to pay the price of losing their experts, they had to do their best to drag the experts of the myriad races down with them. A desolate aura spread out. The stone spear shattered the long river of laws and lashed heavily on the body of one of the 9th-level celestial being. That terrifying power caused the other party's physical body to explode, and he was severely injured in an instant. But at the same time, the other experts also found an opportunity to attack Marquis Baiyun. Marquis Baiyun coughed up blood and retreated. His sturdy body was like paper. Below, the battle was also continuing. Yin Bancheng, who was seriously injured, was fighting a foreign race expert at the 1st level of the celestial being realm. Beside him, there were 2 great cultivators at the peak of the divine martial realm assisting him. Those who could reach the peak of the divine martial realm were only 1 step away from the celestial being realm. Although the gap of this step was like the gap between heaven and earth, with Yin Bancheng attracting the main firepower, they could barely deal with the foreign race experts. On the other side, Qin Shujian was also fighting with Yuan Feng. No, he was being beaten up one-sidedly. The high priest of the god clan was really powerful. Without borrowing the power of laws, Qin Shujian had no strength to fight back at all. He could only defend passively. "You're too weak." Yuan Feng shook his head and slapped Qin Shujian to the ground. His body, which had already healed, instantly exploded again. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. He activated the power of the mountain blood, and the saber energy slashed through the void, trying to kill the high priest of the god clan in front of him. Yuan Feng's finger slammed down, hitting the saber energy. Finger snap, shattering the Milky Way. The saber energy shattered inch by inch. Qin Shujian's hand, which was holding the saber, split open. Blood flowed continuously from the wound. As for Yuan Feng's words, he didn't give any response. Qin Shujian was waiting for a suitable opportunity to attack. Yuan Feng was too strong. If he attacked, he would probably only have one chance. The river of laws washed over him. Yuan Feng was like a god of heaven and earth. His every move could cause the void to crack. No matter how fierce Qin Shujian's attacks were, they were pitifully weak in front of him. At this moment, the river of laws hung like a heavenly river. The river, which was almost solid, seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. Yuan Feng's palm slammed down, and the terrifying power caused the void to cave in and collapse for thousands of miles. Qin Shujian stepped on the earth and mountains. His body was 50,000 feet tall, and he glared at Yuan Feng. When his opponent's palm slammed down, he slashed out with his saber. At the same time, his divine will slashed out as a saber as well. The spirit-severing slash seemed to cross the river of laws and hit the spirit divinity in Yuan Feng's body. Compared to Yuan Feng's vigorous spirit divinity, an attack from the spirit-severing saber shouldn't have been able to do much, but Yuan Feng was attacking with all his might. His attention was focused on Qin Shujian, and he neglected his own defenses. As the spirit-severing slash fell, Yuan Feng's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered his wits. At the same time, Qin Shujian threw out the 13-grade golden lotus. When Yuan Feng came to his senses, he saw the 7-seal Dao artifact explode in front of him. Boom! The self-destruction of a 7-seal Dao artifact was no less powerful than the self-destruction of an 8th-tier celestial being. The terrifying power shattered the solid long river of laws. The next moment, Qin Shujian shot into the sky. The blood of 1,000 mountains in his hand had been replaced by the Godslayer in his sea of consciousness. Kill! Qin Shujian roared. More than 13,000 stellar acupoints erupted with all their power and poured into the Godslayer. A desolate and ancient aura swept through the world. A stone saber tore through the void and severed the river of laws. Zhu Bing. Yuan Feng was shocked. Without a second thought, he unleashed all his power and slammed it out with a shocking palm strike. When the astral palm met the stone saber, it was instantly torn apart. Blood sprayed through the air as his arm broke. Yuan Feng did not even turn his head back as he shattered the void and left. The place where he was originally at had already turned into a turbulent void. An aged arm directly fell there, and the faint golden blood emitted an extremely powerful aura. Qin Shujian grabbed Yuan Feng's arm, then the Godslayer. Looking around at everyone, he roared, "Qin Shujian of the human race has slain the high priest of the divines here today. Come if you're not afraid of death." His voice was vast and mighty, spreading for 100,000 kilometers. Hearing this voice, the divines were all greatly shocked. When they saw the severed arm in Qin Shujian's hand, their faces changed drastically. As a divine, how could they not recognize who the owner of the severed arm was? That familiar aura, only the divine's high priest could possess it. The high priest was an existence in the divines whose status was second only to the divine emperor. In terms of strength, Yuan Feng was not as good as the divine emperor, but he was absolutely not far off. He was even more powerful than some of the major races' emperors. Of course, everyone knew that Qin Shujian's words about slaying the divine's high priest were just wild boasting. After all, the scene of Yuan Feng breaking through the void to escape was still seen by many people. It was just that. Qin Shujian did not kill the divine's high priest, but he did make the other party flee in defeat. That arm in his hand was proof. The divine's powerhouses were all speechless. The other races' powerhouses also did not dare to rashly step forward for a moment. Especially some knowledgeable people. When they saw the stone saber in Qin Shujian's hand, their eyes had a few more hints of fear. Zhu Bing, who could slaughter immortals in ancient times. Even if they knew that it was not easy to activate Zhu Bing, Qin Shujian's attack might be at the end of his tether. However, No one dared to verify this matter. The humans were determined to die, but the other races did not have such thoughts. After all, there were many races in the 3 continents. If some races suffered heavy losses in this battle, even if the humans were destroyed, they would not be able to live peacefully. Annexation and killing. They had always existed. Although these races had temporarily put aside their prejudices due to the appearance of the human race, it was still impossible for them to go all out and fight with everything they had. Taking 10,000 steps back, if the humans really won, it might not be the end of the road for the other races. After so many years, the humans had long weakened to the extreme. The powerhouses in the 3 continents were not the only ones in front of them. Even if the humans survived this calamity, they did not have the capital to threaten the other races. The reason why many powerhouses did not appear was because they had concerns in their hearts. Because the 10,000 races had never been monolithic. Perhaps when the ancient times had just been destroyed, the 10,000 races were very determined to be destroyed. But after millions of years, how many races still remembered the fear of the human race being dominated by the celestial the Arch? As for hatred, there was no way to start. Countless years had passed. Those who deserved to die were all dead. Even if there were descendants left behind, they had almost forgotten this hatred. Only the ancestral teachings of the various races did not dissipate. That was why there was a scene of them blocking the humans. However, it was impossible for them to use up all their resources for the sake of an ancestral teachings. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the various races had held back. The ones who truly wanted to destroy the humans were probably the god race and the demon race. The hatred between the demon race and the humans had been accumulating for a long time. As for the god race, as a traitor, they were also afraid when they saw their old masters. It was inevitable that they would make a move. But the problem was, now that a few mighty figures of the god race had died, even the high priest had been beaten up and fled. It was unknown whether he was dead or not, but he definitely would not have a good time with a broken arm. At this time, no one would dare to provoke Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian grabbed Yuan Feng's broken arm and looked at the powerhouses of the various races clamoring, but no one paid attention to him. The god race wanted to kill Qin Shujian, but they had no choice. Because too many powerhouses had died. As for the demon race, looking at the stone saber in Qin Shujian's hand, they all hesitated. Seeing this, the morale of the humans was instantly boosted. Qin Shujian glanced around at the crowd and said with a sneer, "You cowards dare to besiege the humans. You really don't know what's good for you." These words, the powerhouses of the 10,000 races directly ignored him. Godslayer's words sounded in his mind, "Kid, that's enough. If someone really gets carried away by your provocation, you'll be in big trouble." Others did not know Qin Shujian's real situation, but how could he not know? With the other party's strength, using the power of Zhu Bing, he could seriously injure a 10th-level celestial being who had reached the limit of this realm. Although he was not completely exhausted, he was not far from it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not comment. He was sure of these people and did not dare to go forward. However, Qin Shujian did not really continue to clamor. If he continued to clamor, people would think that he was guilty. Therefore, when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he immediately grabbed Yuan Feng's broken arm and took out the essence blood inside. This arm came from the high priest of the god race. When cutting off the arm, it also cut off part of the power of the high priest of the god race. So, the broken arm still contained essence blood. A drop of pale golden blood appeared, and the severed arm turned into ashes bit by bit, as if it had been blown away. Looking at the essence blood in front of him, Qin Shujian opened his mouth and swallowed it. All of a sudden, a surge of pure energy erupted, and it even transformed into Yuan Feng's figure, wanting to break through Qin Shujian's physical body. However, he even dared to cut off Yuan Feng's body. How could a drop of essence blood be qualified to set off a storm? The dimmed star apertures formed a star river diagram, suppressing the star apertures. The pure energy separated and poured into the various star acupoints, causing the originally dim star acupoints to recover at an extremely fast speed. By the time this energy was completely consumed, it was already too late. Qin Shujian had recovered to his peak state. If it was in normal times, he would not use the essence blood to recover, but slowly cultivate and wait for his state to recover before using this drop of essence blood to break through the new acupoints. But it was different now. The current situation was critical, and every bit of strength he could recover was a bit more. Qin Shujian stood in the void motionless, and the magical power of the law phenomenon had been withdrawn, as if he had been completely petrified. At this time, some powerhouses were also ready to make a move. Killing a human powerhouse was important, but what really tempted them was the Zhu Bing in Qin Shujian's hands. Ever since the ancient times were destroyed, the Zhu Bing had become a rare commodity. Now, except for the heavenly demon temple, which had yet to be refined by the demon clan, there was no Zhu Bing in the other clans. This was because as early as the ancient times, during the Great Demon War, the Zhu Bing of the various clans had been destroyed. At this time, the Zhu Bing in Qin Shujian's hands naturally became a hot commodity in the eyes of others. Of course, it was the same for the stone spear in Marquis Baiyun's hand. However, Marquis Baiyun was very powerful, and even under the siege of 5 powerhouses who were at a higher realm than him, he still did not show any signs of defeat. And from the beginning to the end, the other party did not unleash the power of the Zhu Bing. In this situation, everyone had to be on guard, for fear that they would follow in Yuan Feng's footsteps. After waiting for half an hour, finally, some powerhouses could not hold back anymore. In the void that had not completely recovered from the collapse, it seemed to have become a little dimmer, and even the shadow under Qin Shujian's feet became blurry at this time. All of a sudden, the shadow suddenly left Qin Shujian's feet, turned into a sharp spike, and pierced toward Qin Shujian's head. "You're really courting death." Qin Shujian suddenly opened his eyes, and his true essence burst out, directly shattering the shadow spike in front of him. Then, the Godslayer slashed out, and a terrifying force spread out, instantly cutting the shadow in half. After the shadow was broken, 2 pieces of flesh immediately appeared and fell into the void. Qin Shujian sneered and said, "Which clan are you from? You don't dare to attack openly, but you use such a sneaky and despicable method." No one answered. They only looked at the 2 pieces of flesh that fell into the void with sadness in their eyes. A major powerhouse of the Shadow Clan had fallen without a sound just like this. They did not know if it was because Zhu Bing's power was really that strong, or because the strength of that human was too strong. But no matter what, after this Shadow Clan powerhouse paid the price of his life to test the waters, the other people's thoughts were finally extinguished. However, the powerhouses of the other clans did not come to find trouble with Qin Shujian, but they did not know if Qin Shujian would find trouble with the others. Before he recovered, he did not make a move. Now, with the help of Yuan Feng's blood essence, he recovered. Qin Shujian also did not intend to watch the battle. But before he made a move, he also swept a glance at the surrounding void, and sneered and said, "If you want to watch the battle, then keep watching the battle. If you want to go down without permission, then you may end up with the extinction of your clan. If anyone thinks they can block my blade, then come and try." After saying that, Qin Shujian did not bother to care so much, and directly walked away. Just watch the battle. At least it proved that not all the clans of the 3 continents had the determination to kill the human clan. There were only a few of them who truly wanted to destroy the human race. In addition, there were some other clans that were tricked over, as well as the subordinate clans of a few big clans. Apart from them, the other clans were still watching the battle. Pavilion Elder Su, I'll help you. Su Zhon was being besieged by 2 powerhouses, one was the Blood Eldar, and the other was from another clan. This elder from the Imperial Astronomer was now spitting out blood non-stop from the beating. If it were not for the tenacious vitality of the powerhouses, they might have already died. In all the battlefields, only the powerhouse level battles were the most critical. And among the powerhouses, there were 2 who were in a more dangerous situation. One was Su Zhon, and the other was Shi Yang. Originally, Shi Yang could barely fight with the 3 powerhouses of the 9th level of the celestial being with the ancient bronze sword. But after exploding the ancient bronze sword, he fought hard to kill the 2 powerhouses of the 8th level of the celestial being, which completely infuriated the other 3. Without the Dao artifact in hand, Shi Yang's strength suddenly dropped by a level. So, under the siege of the three powerhouses of the 9th level of the celestial being, he was already in a dangerous situation. The two could only help one. Qin Shujian naturally chose Su Zhong. To put it bluntly, he was not familiar with Shi Yang. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone saber had already shattered the void. The Blood Eldar powerhouse had a terrible warning. Without thinking, he stepped into the air and dodged to the side. Just as he was about to dodge the attack, the stone saber had already appeared. The void was easily torn apart like a piece of paper. Seeing the stone saber, the Blood Eldar powerhouse immediately broke out in a cold sweat. When he looked at Su Zhong again, he found that there was an extra person beside him. Sect Master Qin. Su Zhong looked at Qin Shujian with an inexplicable expression. He was both impressed and emotional. Originally, he thought that Qin Shujian's strength was in his forging skills and that his strength was just average. In the end, only now did Su Zhong realize that he was the only one who was average. Since entering the battlefield, there had been more than 3 or 4 powerhouses who had fallen in the hands of Qin Shujian. Even the high priest of the God clan was forced to flee with serious injuries. It could be said that Qin Shujian had become the biggest variable in the battle of the human clan. If he had not killed so many powerhouses and forced the high priest of the God clan, the situation that the human clan was facing now would definitely be several times more dangerous than it was now. When that time came, Feng Bai would not be the only one who would die. He originally thought that he was just a platinum, but in the end, he found that the other party was the King of Glory. Only Su Zhong himself knew how he felt. With the appearance of Qin Shujian, there was a rare pause in the battle here. Qin Shujian and Su Zhong did not make a move. The Blood Eldar powerhouse and the other powerhouse also did not make a move. They looked at each other, not knowing what to think. There was no other way. In a short time, Qin Shujian had made a great name for himself on the battlefield. It could be said that, with Zhu Bing in his hands, Qin Shujian was no different from the emperor of a clan, and the emperor of a top clan. After all, Yuan Feng's strength was already close to that of a divine emperor. Even though a divine emperor was stronger than the high priest, it was not an easy task to cut off an arm of the other party. However, Qin Shujian did it. Even though there were various factors involved. But no matter what, to a certain extent, Qin Shujian's deterrence to the myriad clans was no less than that of a top emperor. As a result, unless there was an expert comparable to a divine emperor or a demon emperor, even the emperors of some small clans were not confident that they could block Godslayer's peak strike. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not make a move, and the people facing him did not dare to make a move either. If it were not for the order that they were not allowed to escape, the 2 powerhouses besieging Su Zhong might have already turned around and fled. Looking at the 2 of them indifferently, Qin Shujian said, "Elder Su, go help the others." "Leave this to me. Thank you." Su Zhong was not pretentious. He knew that his strength was far from Qin Shujian's. At this time, with Qin Shujian's help, he was not too worried. In addition, the other elders were also in a critical situation. Su Zhong did not dare to waste time. Watching Su Zhong leave, the Blood Eldar wanted to stop him. However, when he met Qin Shujian's cold eyes, a great fear surged from the bottom of his heart and forcefully restrained his impulse. Qin Shujian only glanced at him, then his gaze fell on the other person. "And what race do you come from? If you want to attack my human race now, have you already thought it through? Do you think your race has the qualifications to block my saber? In the current situation, my human race is destined to not be destroyed. After this matter is over, it won't be difficult to find out which clan you are from. Previously, I could think that you had no choice, so now I'll give you and your clan a chance to withdraw. If you insist on becoming enemies with the human clan, I can guarantee that after this battle, your clan will be destroyed." His calm words caused the expression of the mighty figure to change. Chapter 575. A threat. An undisguised threat. If it was at the beginning of the war, Chong Mu would not have hesitated. But now, he hesitated. Chong Mu's clan was the Abysswood clan. They were not weak, but they were not very strong either. They were backed by the Blood Eldar. Because of this, when the Blood Eldar was about to deal with the humans, the Abysswood clan would send powerhouses over. But now, the strength of the humans had completely exceeded the expectations of all the clans. No one had expected that. Under the siege of so many powerhouses, the humans could still hold on and not be defeated. Moreover, judging from the current situation, unless the human emperor was defeated, the hope of the various clans to destroy the humans was not high. In this way, if the humans wanted to deal with the Abysswood clan after this, then the Abysswood clan would definitely not have the strength to resist. Not to mention anything else, just Qin Shujian in front of them was already difficult to resist. However, if they retreated at this time, they would definitely anger the Blood Eldar. If the Blood Eldar wanted to deal with them, the humans would not help. Similarly, if the humans made a move, the Blood Eldar might not necessarily go all out to help. This was the tragedy of a weak clan. If they were not strong, in the end, they would be ruled by others. The Blood Eldar said coldly, "Chongmu, don't listen to his nonsense. Today, the humans will be destroyed." Boom, the stone saber cut through the void and directly caused the Blood Eldar's expression to change drastically. Without thinking, the Blood Eldar took a step back, wanting to avoid the Godslayer's edge. But just as he was about to retreat, his divine consciousness, however, suffered a terrifying attack. Although that attack could not destroy the Blood Eldar's spiritual sense, it could make him stunned for a breath. A battle between powerhouses. A breath of time was enough to change life and death. By the time the Blood Eldar reacted, the stone saber had already slashed over. Not good. Looking at the stone saber, his expression changed drastically. The originally round blade now gave off a sharp feeling that it could cut through everything. The Blood Eldar wanted to retreat. However, he retreated quickly, but the stone saber fell even faster. In an instant, the stone saber slashed down, and the body collapsed. The mighty figure of the Blood Eldar was killed on the spot. With the Godslayer's help and his current strength, Qin Shujian could now easily kill mighty figures. As long as it was not a powerhouse at the level of the high priest of the god race, he was not worried about anyone else. A cultivator who was only at the 7th stage of the heaven-human realm, from Qin Shujian's point of view, he was a piece of trash that could be killed with a single slash. Combat strength didn't represent everything, but it could explain many things. With Qin Shujian's current level of combat strength, Qin Shujian was able to defeat Qin Shujian. Even if he didn't use lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, Godslayer's original strength combined with his own strength was enough to kill an ordinary mighty figure. The strong would always be strong. This was the logic behind it. Chongmu looked at the scene in front of him with a dull expression. When Qin Shujian looked at him, an uncontrollable fear appeared in his eyes. Strong. The feeling that Qin Shujian gave him was that he was terrifyingly strong. After killing the mighty figure of the Blood Eldar, Qin Shujian looked at Chongmu and said indifferently, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to withdraw from the battlefield with your race. Otherwise, after this battle, the human race will destroy your race. Even the Blood Eldar won't be able to protect you. Of course, if you're willing to betray us, the human race can also protect your race in the future. At least, it's impossible for the Blood Eldar to destroy your race." Chongmu looked conflicted. He didn't want to die. If he fought Qin Shujian with his strength, he would only end up like the mighty figure of the Blood Eldar. Qin Shujian's words made Chongmu hesitate. Boom, the long river of time shook. The Divine Emperor's body collapsed and fell, and pale golden blood scattered in the void. At the same time, the huge dragon body smashed through the sky, and its scales cracked. The golden lotus dimmed and stone fragments fell. The ancient Buddha was seriously injured, and cracks could be seen on its petrified body. The last was the injured bloodling Huang and the bloodstained human emperor. The 4 emperors of the 4 clans are just SOSO. Today, I'll kill you all. Although the human emperor's body was stained with blood, his aura was terrifying, and it suppressed the emperors of the 4 clans. The divine emperor didn't hesitate to break through the void to escape. While escaping, he let out a furious roar. The god race, Retreat. With one word, the god race's experts all turned pale. At this moment, the divine emperor was scared out of his wits. The human emperor was too strong, and the emperors of the four clans were no match for him at all. After fighting until now, although the human emperor was injured, they were also seriously injured. If they continued to fight, even if they could kill the human emperor, they would have to pay the price of at least 1 or 2 emperors. To this, who would be willing to be a stepping stone for others? The emperors were the stabilizing force of a race. If the emperors fell, then even if the human race was destroyed, the race they belonged to was destined to be divided by other races. So, the divine emperor was afraid. Not only was he afraid of death, but he was also afraid that after he fell, the god race would follow in the footsteps of the human race. After all, the demon race, blood eldar, and other top races had long secretly coveted the god race. If the divine emperor fell, the god race couldn't support too much with just a high priest. Until now, the divine emperor still didn't know that Yuan Feng had been seriously injured by Qin Shujian. But even if he knew, he would only run faster. The divine emperor fled. The experts of the god race retreated one after another. The emperor of their own race had fled, so the other god race didn't dare to continue fighting. Just as the god race retreated, Chongmu also made up his mind and said, "The Abysswood clan will withdraw from this battle, and I hope you will keep your promise." After that, he immediately went to find the top experts of the Abysswood clan. Soon, the Abysswood clan's celestials retreated. The god race had already left. From the state of the emperors of the various races, it was obvious that they couldn't do anything to the human emperor. At this time, the Abysswood clan didn't care whether they would offend the Blood Eldar or not, and directly retreated with them. They would die if they stayed, and they would also die if they retreated. But with the foundation of the Abysswood clan, even if the Blood Eldar really wanted to settle the score, he would have a certain degree of fear. "Lend me the God Slayer," the human emperor suddenly shouted. Qin Shujian stepped into the air, came to the human emperor's side, and borrowed the Godslayer. Then, the human emperor held the Godslayer, and in the next second, a desolate and ancient aura spread out. The stone knife slashed down with the momentum of the sky, instantly shattering the long river of laws, and then heavily bombarding the demon emperor's body. Roar! The demon emperor let out a sorrowful cry, and his dragon tail directly broke. Seeing this, the demon emperor was also shocked. Zhu Bing. The human emperor's strength was already extremely strong, and with Zhu Bing, he had no chance of resisting. Although the monster race now also had the Heavenly Demon Temple. However, when the Heavenly Demon Temple crossed the Chen River, there was a problem, and they had not fully recovered yet, so the demon emperor did not bring the Heavenly Demon Temple out. With Zhu Bing in hand, and without Zhu Bing in hand, it was a completely different concept. Even with the strength of the demon emperor, he was directly injured in front of the stone knife. All of a sudden, the demon emperor ignored the pain of his broken tail and shouted angrily, "All demons, retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, his dragon body had already smashed through the void and fled into the distance. The divine emperor retreated. The demon emperor also retreated. The remaining ancient Buddha and bloodling Huang all retreated without hesitation. Similarly, the experts of the two clans also retreated. Seeing this, the human emperor slashed out 2 more times in the air, and the terrifying blade light disappeared into the void. In an instant, the void turned into turbulence, and the figures of bloodling Huang and the ancient Buddha directly appeared in front of everyone. Then, half of bloodling Huang's body was broken, and the ancient Buddha had already lost an arm. At this moment, the void turbulence calmed down. But everyone was speechless. 3 slashes, severely injuring the experts of the 3 clans. Fortunately, the divine emperor ran fast enough. Otherwise, he would also have to suffer a slash. However, Qin Shujian did not have time to be shocked. He took a step forward and came to the dragon's tail that was about to fall to the ground. Then, he used a method to seal the dragon's tail and compressed it, and then threw it into the storage ring. After that, he crossed thousands of miles of the void and collected the ancient Buddha's arm, as well as bloodling Huang's scattered flesh, and threw them all into the storage ring. So many things poured into the storage ring. Just the power that was emitted was about to burst the space inside. Fortunately, Qin Shujian was also a top expert of the array Dao. He set up a restriction in the way of his star river diagram to temporarily stabilize the space inside the storage ring. Then, he returned to the human clan's camp. At this moment, the human emperor was still standing in the void, and did not do anything. Looking at the other party's appearance, Qin Shujian knew that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Even so, the power that the human emperor had just displayed had already shocked the experts of all the clans. In addition, the God clan, the demon clan, and other big clans had retreated. The experts of the other clans had also retreated. Human emperor, if you don't use the Godslayer, give it back to me, Qin Shujian said. The human emperor shook his head and laughed. Why? Are you afraid that I'll covet your Zhu Bing? Even though he said those words, he still returned the ancestral armament. Zhu Bing's power could not be used lightly. Even at his peak, the human emperor could not use Zhu Bing's power many times. Moreover, with the strength of the rulers of the four clans, if they really fought to the death from the beginning, the human emperor was not confident that he could win. On the surface, it did not seem to be a big problem. In fact, only the human emperor himself knew that his injuries were not much worse than the divine emperor and the others. He only showed a tough stance. Moreover, when he was fighting against the emperors, he mainly attacked the divine emperor throughout, scaring the divine emperor out of his wits. Then, he used Zhu Bing to catch the demon emperor off guard and severely injure him. Then, he scared away Bloodling Huang and the ancient Buddha. It could be said that, step by step, the human emperor was treading on thin ice. Once a ruler of a clan was determined to die, the human clan would lose this time. As for the last two slashes, they were completely unexpected gains. The human emperor himself did not expect that the rulers of the two clans would completely lose their courage. They did not even dare to turn around and resist. They were directly heavily injured by Zhu Bing and fled. Looking at the retreat of the 10,000 clans, the human emperor understood that the human clan had won this battle. However, all generals, listen up. Chase for 100,000 miles and kill the celestial beings of the 10,000 clans. Yes, sir. Of the 4 million troops, less than 3 million were left. The army that was originally 100,000 troops changed their formation at this moment. With 1 million soldiers, their auras soared into the sky as they charged toward a celestial being of the 10,000 clans. At the same time, the remaining powerhouses of the human clan also chased after the 10,000 clans. Now, the human emperor had won. This was the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. As the four clans retreated, the other clans did not have the courage to fight with the human clan anymore. Therefore, facing the pursuit of the human clan powerhouses, no one really dared to stay and fight. On the other side, Qin Shujian held the Godslayer in his hand and took a step forward, chasing after an Earth Eldar powerhouse. Pan Shan was retreating when a warning suddenly rose in his heart. When he turned around, he saw Qin Shujian chasing after him. Just a glance made Pan Shan's soul leave his body. Elder, save me. As Pan Shan fled, he called for help from the Earth Eldar powerhouses. He did not dare to fight with Qin Shujian. The other party was someone who could severely injure the high priest of the God clan. Not to mention that he was already heavily injured. Even at his peak, Pan Shan did not have the confidence to fight. Hearing Pan Shan's call for help, the Earth Eldar powerhouse's expression changed. Without hesitation, he joined up with Pan Shan and struck out with his palm. True essence shattered the void, trying to force Qin Shujian to stop chasing. Seeing such an attack, Qin Shujian directly slashed out with his blade. The blade light tore through everything. The Earth Eldar powerhouse's expression changed. The river of laws condensed into one, turning into a powerful shield. He roared in a low voice, "My Earth Eldar has already retreated from the battle. Human, do you really want to fight to the death with my Eldar?" While speaking, the blade light had already slashed down, fiercely colliding with the shield. The laws collapsed and scattered. The Earth Eldar powerhouse coughed out blood and retreated. He then fled with Pan Shan. Qin Shujian took a step forward and chased after them. The Earth Eldar dared to attack the human clan. After today, you will be destroyed by the human clan. I will first kill you all as a sacrifice. His speed was very fast. The Earth Eldar's main strength was defense, but speed was their weakness. It didn't take long for Qin Shujian to catch up. Boom! Boom! The void shattered. A great battle broke out, accompanied by the roars of Pan Shan and the Earth Eldar powerhouses. Not long after, Qin Shujian took a step forward, holding 2 broken corpses in his hands. The red lotus of purgation ignited. In less than 15 minutes, it was completely refined by him. Pure energy entered his body. 1 star acupoint after another opened. Qin Shujian split his attention to open his star acupoints. At the same time, he continued to chase after the powerhouses of the other races. This was the best time to harvest the source of life. If he didn't kill more, how could he be worthy of himself? As for whether the red lotus of purgation was exposed or not, it didn't matter at all. As long as he devoured enough powerhouses of the other races, Qin Shujian's strength would become even stronger. At that time, no one in the 4 great continents could threaten him. At that time, naturally, he wouldn't have any worries. Soon, Qin Shujian set his eyes on the powerhouses of another race. They looked a little like demons, but they weren't on the same side as the demons. However, he couldn't be bothered. As long as they weren't humans, he would just kill them. At this moment, the 10,000 races retreated, but the killing did not stop. The human emperor ordered the humans to chase after them for 100,000 kilometers. In a short period of time, heads rolled down. One after another, foreign race powerhouses fell. There were also powerful foreign race powerhouses who wanted to die together with the humans when they saw that they couldn't escape. Because of this, there were also some damages. However, compared to the losses of the various races, the losses of the pursuit were completely bearable. Fighting. How could there be no deaths? As long as they killed more enemies than they killed, it would be the most advantageous. Soon, the humans stopped chasing. At this point, with the entrance of the passage, the area of 100,000 kilometers had fallen into the control of the humans. The human emperor stood in the air and looked at the generals of the imperial court. Pass down my order. The 4 city gates will move away from the eastern continent and occupy the 4 sides of this place. With the city as the boundary, this will be the territory of the humans from now on. Yes. Many powerhouses of the imperial court bowed and accepted the order. Then, the human emperor transformed into his 100,000 feet body again and stood proudly in the sky. Some powerhouses who had already escaped seemed to have sensed something and turned around to see this scene. With the entrance of the passage as the base, the area within 100,000 kilometers is the territory of the humans. If the 10,000 races enter without permission, they will be killed without mercy. His voice was mighty. It even caused the world to rumble. The powerhouses of the 10,000 races fell silent when they heard this. No one refuted the human emperor's words, let alone provoke him. In this battle, the humans suffered heavy losses, and so did the other races. Obviously, the humans were a tough bone that no one else could chew. Even if he tried his best to gnaw on it, it would only end in a lose-lose situation. From the moment they retreated, they had already tacitly agreed to the existence of the humans. It was also at this moment. The humans had completely gained a foothold in the 3 continents. On the other side, the 4 cities left the eastern continent and entered the world behind the passage. 4 cities that were thousands of miles long landed at the 4 corners of the sky and earth. At this moment, Qin Shujian also put the Godslayer into his sea of consciousness and then descended from the void. Until now, only then did he have time to look at the information in the system. After the battle, many disciples of the Yuan sect had also died. The 10,000 races had all sent out their top powerhouses, but some of the weaker races couldn't send out too many celestial beings, so they sent out cultivators below the celestial being level. These cultivators seemed to be useless, but if they took the opportunity to enter the passage, they could cause a lot of killing. Therefore, the role of the cultivators of the various sects was to fight against the people of these races. Again, how could there be no deaths in a war? Qin Shujian looked at the system information above. There were already hundreds of messages, including the deaths of 2 guests of the god martial arts realm and several inner sect elders. Fortunately, Zheng Fang and the others were still there. These people all had life-saving trump cards that Qin Shujian had given them. In addition, they were not weak, so there were no problems. On the contrary, the disciples of the true martial arts realm had suffered the most casualties. To this, Qin Shujian didn't care too much. If the disciples died, then he would recruit more. After enjoying the benefits of the Yuan sect, they had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. He wouldn't support such disciples for nothing and then let them do nothing. That was unrealistic. When Qin Shujian found Zheng Fang and the others, he found that they were not in good condition either. Zheng Fang, Xu Yuanming, and the others were all covered in blood. Niu Feng's aura was weak and his body was broken. He was breathing in but not out. Qin Shujian took out a healing elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. Only then did he manage to stabilize his injuries. However, when his gaze fell on Niu Jianfeng, his pupils changed slightly. Now Niu Jianfeng's right arm was broken and the long sword had been transferred from his right hand to his left hand. There were also serious injuries on his body. But the only difference between him and Niu Feng was, even if he was so seriously injured, Niu Jianfeng's aura was not weak at all. On the contrary, the sword intent became more and more fierce, vaguely wanting to pierce the sky. Seeing Qin Shujian's gaze, Niu Jianfeng smiled and said, "It's just a small injury. I won't die for the time being. Even if my right hand is gone, I can still hold the sword with my left hand." Good. Qin Shujian also nodded slightly at Niu Jianfeng's carefree attitude. Regenerating a broken limb. That was the privilege of a celestial being. It was impossible for a spirit martial realm cultivator to regenerate a broken limb. In other words, if Niu Jianfeng wanted to restore his arm, he had to wait until he broke through to the celestial being level. As for whether he had the chance to break through to the celestial being level, no one could say for sure. But judging from Niu Jianfeng's attitude, he obviously didn't care about his arm. That confidence made Qin Shujian a little ashamed. If it happened to him, it would be a little hard to accept. Then, Qin Shujian looked at Jiang Feng again. This zombie's condition was not very good. The black robe on his body was torn, and his body as hard as iron was also broken a lot. Even his chest was almost pierced through. However, zombies did not feel pain, and their vitality was very tenacious. As a result, Jiang Feng was seriously injured and did not die. At this time, the human emperor said, "Imperial astronomer Fang Yilan, listen to my order." "Yes." "Immediately set up a transmission gate and turn this place into the foundation of our human clan." "Yes, Your Majesty." Fang Yilan bowed and accepted the order. Then, the human emperor looked at the others and said, "The remaining soldiers are to rest in the 4 cities. In addition, the experts and others who participated in the battle will be given a certain amount of compensation according to their merits and casualties. In addition, anyone who participated in the battle today and killed a true martial realm cultivator of the 10,000 clans will be guaranteed the inheritance for 10 years. Those who killed a spirit martial realm cultivator will be guaranteed the inheritance for 100 years. Those who killed a god martial realm cultivator will be guaranteed the inheritance for 1,000 years. As for those who killed a celestial being, their inheritance will be guaranteed for 10,000 years, and they will be given a divine realm cultivation method. Everyone, now that the human clan can no longer have internal strife, I also hope that the cultivation world will not stir up any more trouble. If you want to fight, then fight the 10,000 clans and kill the experts of the 10,000 clans. Anyone who kills the 10,000 clans will be a meritorious minister of the human clan. Even if they die, they will be remembered for eternity. However, if there is internal strife at this time, I will absolutely not tolerate it. If one person kills one person, one sect destroys one sect, and 10 sects kill 10 sects, no matter what merits you have or what status you have, as long as you dare to stir up internal strife in the human clan at this time, I will kill you without a doubt. In addition, pass down my order. From today onwards, the human clan's monument will be built. Anyone who commits the crime of killing the 10,000 clans can leave their deeds on the monument for the human clan to admire for eternity. At the same time, those who participated in the battle today and died in the hands of the 10,000 clans are all heroes of the human clan. They can also be engraved on the monument and leave their names for eternity. The human emperor's voice was loud and clear as he passed down orders one after another. When everyone heard this, their hearts were filled with excitement. After the human emperor finished speaking, they also bowed slightly and said in unison, "The human emperor is wise." Chapter 576. There were at least 2 to 3 million humans who had died in this battle, and it might be more than that. At this moment, the creation of the human race's monument was undoubtedly an exciting matter. If one could not live forever, but at least one's name would be left behind for eternity. The human emperor's actions could be said to have made many people feel gratified and excited. In addition to that, to be able to leave one's name on the monument after killing the experts of the myriad races was undoubtedly another thing that boosted the morale of the people. As for what the human emperor said, in Qin Shujian's opinion, there was nothing wrong with it. Right now, the human race had suffered too many casualties. Out of the 40 devas alone, more than 20 had fallen, not to mention the cultivators below the devas. It could be said that this battle, it almost broke the human race's foundation. However, although the battle was tragic, the final result did not disappoint. The myriad races retreated. In the future, there would be no more races that would provoke the human race. If that was the case, the human race would also have enough time to recuperate. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to fully recover from his injuries. This was because too many experts had fallen in this battle. 2 pavilion elders from the imperial astronomer had fallen, and only the 4 remaining vassals, the divine wind marquis, had fallen. 2 of the 5 generals had also fallen. Even Dan Hao had been severely injured. In addition to that, there was no need to talk about the other experts. As for the cultivation world, a few devas had also fallen. With the supreme sect master Su Zheng as the leader, a total of devas from the 4 top sects had fallen. It could be said that, if it wasn't for the human emperor's order, the fall of so many experts was enough to cause the entire cultivation world and even the entire human race to be in turmoil. What happened later? It had nothing to do with the other sects. Under the human emperor's orders, the imperial court continuously sent people from the eastern continent to this place. With the area within a radius of 100,000 miles as the foundation, they continued to build and perfect it. It was foreseeable. In the future, this place would become the headquarters for the human race to gain a foothold in the 3 continents. On the other side, Sai Hanhai had already disappeared without a trace. Qin Shujian had originally planned to have a good chat with the number 1 expert of the Sea Cover sect, but for some reason, after the other party killed a 7th-level devas, he completely disappeared without a trace. He seemed to have chased after the myriad races. He was not sure. At this moment, Qin Shujian led the remaining people of Yuan sect back to the eastern continent. Meanwhile, the news that the human clan had broken the heaven and earth restriction, walked out of the eastern continent, and started a war with many other clans had spread throughout the 3 great continents. For the human race, many races were only left with a vague concept. After the destruction of the ancient times, the human race split up. A portion of the human race got rid of their original identity and called themselves the God race. A portion of the human race retreated from the 3 major continents and used the eastern continent as their base to fight against the other races. Therefore, not long after the ancient era was destroyed, the human race had already taken root in the eastern continent. Later on, the immortal of the human race led the experts of the human race to launch the final battle. When he was defeated, he paid the price of his own death to draw the Chen River and set up a heaven and earth restriction, completely sealing off the eastern continent. Ever since then, the human race faded out of the sight of the myriad races. Too many things could be diluted in 200,000 years. Only the monster race, the god race, and a few other races were still determined to kill the human race. The other races did not have much hatred for the human race. The races participating in this battle. There were also many subsidiary forces of these top clans. As for the human race leaving the eastern continent, the other races were also very curious about this. They also wanted to see how powerful the human race was to be able to attract so much attention from these top clans. For this, when the battle began, there were also many experts of the various races who were secretly watching the battle. They had no intention of making a move. Whether the human race won or lost, it did not affect these people at all. However, that battle, it completely shocked these people. The monster emperor, the god emperor, bloodling Huang, and the ancient Buddha were all supreme experts of the three major continents. They were truly existences at the top of this world. Even if the other races had Nirvana realm experts, it would be difficult for them to compete with the four emperors. Under the circumstances where the rules of heaven and earth were incomplete and immortals did not appear, no one could contend against the four emperors. However, such experts were all seriously injured and defeated by the human emperor of the human race and fled in panic. It could be said that the strength of the human emperor made the experts who were watching the battle tremble in fear. In addition, the ruthlessness and decisiveness of the human race also made these cultivators shocked. They self-destructed at the slightest disagreement. Just the self-destruction of many human experts had dragged many experts of the myriad races into the water. In this battle, the human race regained the momentum of the past. With the strength of one race against more than a dozen races and several times their own strength, they finally won the battle. After this battle, the human race suffered heavy losses. Those top races and affiliated races also suffered heavy casualties. Especially the god race. Not to mention the fall of several experts above the 8th level of the celestial being realm, even the high priest and the god emperor were seriously injured. It could be said that, after this battle, the god race had been completely damaged. Without hundreds or thousands of years of recuperation, they would not be able to recover much vitality. In addition to the god race, the blood eldar of the monster race also suffered heavy casualties. The only one who had suffered the least losses should be the ancient Buddha race. From the beginning to the end, only the ancient Buddha emperor participated in the battle. Although this emperor was also seriously injured by the human emperor, the ancient Buddha race did not lose much strength. Instead, they became the race that suffered the least losses in this battle. As for the affiliated races, needless to say, it was not easy for these races to produce an expert above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. As long as 3 or 4 celestial beings died. Basically, this race was almost crippled. After the battle with the human race, there were also 2 people who were completely remembered by the 3 major continents. One was the human emperor, a supreme expert who had seriously injured the 4 emperors with his own strength. He was worthy of the title of the number 1 person in the 4 major continents. The other was Qin Shujian. In this battle, 6 or 7 great beings had fallen in his hands. He had also seriously injured the high priest of the divine martial race and forced the other party to flee. In terms of true strength, in the eyes of the experts of the various races, Qin Shujian was not much worse than the top emperors. After all, the strength of the high priest of the god race. He was not the slightest bit worse than the emperors of the ordinary races. As for the emperors of the weaker races, they were not qualified to compete with Yuan Feng. Qin Shujian could seriously injure Yuan Feng. His strength was enough to be ranked among the emperors, and not as simple as an ordinary emperor. In other words, in fact, there were 2 rulers overseeing the humans. Such strength. Only the top races like the monster race and the god race could probably take it out. However, there was a difference between the emperors. For example, the human emperor, who was known as the number 1 person in the 4 major continents, was enough to contend with several emperors. In this battle with the human race, They had completely displayed their momentum. They had also completely frightened the various races. Therefore, now that the human race had occupied an area with a radius of 100,000 miles, no race dared to say anything, let alone have the courage to provoke the human race. Because the current human race was like a wounded wolf. Whoever dared to provoke the human race would definitely suffer a fatal blow. For this, no race was confident enough to contend with the human race. To put it bluntly, no one could contend with the human emperor. In fact, there were not many experts who had the courage to contend with Qin Shujian. After the battle had calmed down, the 4 major continents had calmed down. The various races had suffered heavy losses. Under such circumstances, no one would easily start any disputes, so they all went back to lick their wounds and wait for time to slowly recover. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already returned to the Yuan sect. In the Chengwu Hall, many elders, including the branch masters of the various branches, were gathered here. Qin Shujian looked at everyone's expressions and said slowly, "I don't need to say much. After the human race opened the heaven and earth restriction and fought with the 10,000 races, they could be considered to have gained a firm foothold. What happens next is not something that 1 or 2 people can control. In this battle, many humans participated in the battle, and many humans died in the battle. Our sect attacked 1,115 people, 672 people died in the battle, and 12 celestial beings were killed. Among them, 7 were above the 7th level of the celestial being realm, 7 were killed by cultivators in the god martial arts realm, 123 were killed by cultivators in the spiritual martial arts realm, and 1,576 were killed by cultivators in the true martial arts realm." In the hall, only Qin Shujian's voice sounded. Everyone was silent. Some people who did not participate in the battle also felt the tragedy of that battle after hearing Qin Shujian's words. Qin Shujian said, "These are the statistics after the battle. There may be some deviation, but it's not too far off. What I want to say is that many people died in this battle. These people are the heroes of the Yuan sect, and also the heroes of the human race. Therefore, I will imitate the human emperor and build a monument to record the people who died in this battle. At the same time, if there are parents or other relatives among the people who died in the battle, our sect will also provide subsidies and help. At the same time, all the people who participated in the battle will be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points for those in the true martial arts realm, 50,000 contribution points for those in the spiritual martial arts realm, and 200,000 contribution points for those in the god martial arts realm. For those in the same realm as you kill, you will be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points. For those in the one realm higher than you will be rewarded with 50,000 contribution points. For those in the 2 realms higher than you will be rewarded with 200,000 contribution points. In addition, the secret realm is officially open. All the people who participated in this battle will have a chance to cultivate in it. There will be 3 batches. The first batch in the true martial arts realm will last for 10 days, the second batch in the spiritual martial arts realm will last for 20 days, and the third batch in the divine martial arts realm will last for 30 days. In addition, in 3 months, the sect competition will be held in advance. The first place of each realm will have a chance to enter the secret realm. The basic realm will last for 3 days, the true martial arts realm will last for 7 days, and the spiritual martial arts realm will last for 15 days. At the same time, in the sect competition, those who challenge those in a higher realm and win will be able to enter the secret realm to cultivate for 3 days. From today onwards, the human race will set up the heaven ranking. Those in the basic realm who are under 20 years old, the true martial realm who are under 30 years old, the spiritual martial realm who are under 50 years old, and the divine martial realm who are under 200 years old can enter the heaven ranking. The heaven ranking has 4 stages, and each stage will only accept the top 100 people. Taking the basic realm as an example, the last 50 people on the heaven ranking will be rewarded with 2 contribution points for every day they stay on the heaven ranking. The first 50 to 30 people will be rewarded with 5 contribution points per day, and the first 20 to 10 people will be rewarded with 10 contribution points per day. As for the top 10 people, starting from the 10th place, they will be rewarded with 15 contribution points per day. The higher the ranking, the more contribution points they will get. In addition, the top 10 people will be rewarded with a chance to enter the secret realm for 3 days if they stay on the secret realm for 3 months. As for the true martial arts realm, their contribution points will be 3 times that of the basic realm, and they will be able to enter the secret realm for 7 days. The spiritual martial arts realm will be 3 times that of the true martial arts realm, and they will be able to enter the secret realm for 15 days. The divine martial arts realm will be 3 times that of the spiritual martial arts realm, and they will be able to enter the secret realm for 30 days. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. This battle proved the weakness of the human race. If not for the fact that the human emperor was strong enough, even he himself would not have had the chance to turn the tide. Of course, Qin Shujian did not deny his contribution. But no matter what, the Origin sect had suffered a great loss in this battle. The greater the loss, the more it proved that the disciples of the sect were not strong enough. Therefore, Qin Shujian had also become ruthless. If the disciples were not strong enough, then they would improve. As for the resources, they could go to hell. Anyway, the 4 continents were completely connected. The other 3 continents must have a lot of resources that the Eastern continent did not have. If the Origin sect really did not have any resources, then they would fight for them. As for the secret realm, Qin Shujian was not worried at all. The spirit qi in the secret realm was so rich that it was enough for him to cultivate for a period of time, let alone those cultivators who were not even heavenly beings. It would not be difficult for them to provide for them in a short period of time. The reason why so many disciples had died in this battle was because most of the survivors were players. The players could be resurrected. That was why they killed more foreign race cultivators than they did. That is, if the remaining people weren't players. The 1,000 true martial artists of the Origin sect might have died directly. As for the other elders, after Qin Shujian's words, they were all stunned. The secret realm was open. The heaven list was set up. And all kinds of rewards and pensions. These things were not just for show. Each of these things represented the loss of a large amount of resources. Contribution points were now the currency of the Origin sect. As long as there were enough contribution points, they could exchange for the corresponding resources. Zheng Fang frowned deeply and said worriedly, "Sect Master, the issue of pensions is reasonable, but the rewards for the disciples who participated in the battle will be too much. If this goes on, I'm afraid the sect will have to give out a lot of resources. Moreover, the rewards for the establishment of the heaven list will be too generous." He was also one of the people who participated in the battle. However, Zheng Fang considered the problem from the perspective of the entire Origin sect. If they were given according to this standard, the Origin sect would have to give out a few million contribution points at once, and this was not including the rewards of the secret realm. As for the heaven list, it would also consume a lot of resources. Although the contribution points given out did not seem to be much, given the number of people on the heaven list, it would be a bottomless pit over time. There was also the secret realm. The secret realm was guarded by Mu Yang, the heavenly Eldar. However, the spirit qi absorbed by the heavenly Eldar was not endless. If this continued, the secret realm would have to consume a lot of resources to maintain the density of spirit qi. However, if they did not maintain it, the secret realm would not live up to its name. Hearing this, many elders were deep in thought. Indeed, they did not think so much at first. However, now that Zheng Fang pointed it out, they realized the drawbacks of Qin Shujian's words. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "If there are no resources, then fight for them. If there are no resources in the East continent, then go to the West continent, the South continent, and the North continent to fight for them. Our sect has suffered so many casualties in this battle because we are not strong enough. If we were strong enough, how could so many people have died? Although the human clan has gained a foothold in the other 3 continents, those top clans are still unwilling to give up on the human clan. It's just that the clans are licking their wounds now, so they don't do anything to the human clan. If these clans recover, they will definitely start another war. At that time, if we are not strong enough, there will be more casualties. No matter where you are, if you don't make progress, you will always be eliminated. As long as there are enough experts in the origin sect, there will be a steady supply of resources. As for whether there will be casualties in fighting for resources, I think you should have been prepared for it since the day you set foot on the path of cultivation. It's impossible for cultivators to fight against the heavens and people. Peaceful coexistence is impossible. Speaking of this, Qin Shujian thought of Sai Hanhai for no reason. Then, he shook his head and banished this thought from his mind. Now was not the time to think so much. Zheng Fang sighed, cupped his hands, and said, "I'm confused." His philosophy was a little different from Qin Shujian's. Zheng Fang was more inclined to the stable development of the origin sect, but Qin Shujian's current approach was obviously pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was not so easy to judge which of the two was good and which was bad. But Qin Shujian had already made a decision, so Zheng Fang could only nod in agreement. In his heart, he was also worried about the 10,000 clans. In this battle, Zheng Fang realized how weak the spirit martial realm was in a top battle. That kind of battle. Even the celestial beings died easily. The number of celestial beings that his sect master said was killed, but in fact, more than half of them were killed by the other party. Those who were not celestial beings were simply cannon fodder in the battle. This was also the main reason why Zheng Fang did not firmly oppose Qin Shujian. The other elders also cupped their hands and said, "Sect master is wise." The elders who participated in the battle were overjoyed. The spirit martial realm received 50,000 contribution points and the god martial realm received 200,000 contribution points. This was a generous reward. Some elders took the opportunity to kill a few cultivators of the same realm and received more contribution points. As for those elders who did not participate in the battle, they were not jealous. These contribution points were obtained by those who participated in the battle with their lives on the line. Didn't you see that the Chengwu Hall looked much emptier now? Many seats were empty. In the end, those who were lucky could still sit here. If they were unlucky, they would not be able to come back. Then, Qin Shujian said, "In addition, pass down my order. Think of a way to establish the Yuan Pavilion system in the other 3 major continents. Then, the mission hall will issue the corresponding missions and let the dissimulated humans investigate the actual situation of the 3 major continents." "Yes, sect master." Dismissed. After saying this, Qin Shujian was also a little tired, so he waved his hand and said. Hearing this, the elders stood up and said, "We will take our leave. Soon." The Chengwu Hall was empty for a moment. Sitting on the main seat, Qin Shujian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and sighed. This time, he really felt tired. Although the battle only lasted for a day, Qin Shujian felt as if he had not slept for 10 years. Although it was as easy as eating and drinking for him to kill mighty figures. In fact, every time he killed an opponent, he used up a lot of energy. Just the spirit severing alone was used no less than several times. His divine will turned into a blade. He slashed the spiritual divinity of others and collided with his own spiritual divinity. It was just that Qin Shujian endured the discomfort of his spiritual divinity and took advantage of the fact that others were in a daze to kill his opponent. Especially against the high priest of the god clan. It also made Qin Shujian seriously exhausted. It could be said that, after the battle, even if Qin Shujian's injuries were not serious, he was still very tired. Ever since he broke through to the divinity realm, it seemed that he had never felt tired before. But now, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, had the urge to sleep. If there are a few more battles of this difficulty, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. My true essence is still okay, but the main thing is that my divine will is too seriously exhausted. Qin Shujian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He did not really go to sleep. This kind of tiring feeling, sleeping was useless. He could only wait for time to pass and then recover on his own. After a while, Qin Shujian said, "Senior, do you know what's going on with Sai Hanhai?" "I do." Godslayer's voice came out. Qin Shujian was slightly stunned. He really did know. As for Sai Hanhai, he was just asking casually. He did not expect the god-slaying saber to give him an answer. After all, although Zhu Bing was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not know everything. After being stunned, Qin Shujian came back to his senses and asked, "Senior, please tell me. If I'm not wrong, he should have been bedeviled." Bedeviled? Qin Shujian was stunned when he heard this familiar word. How did he suddenly become bedeviled? Godslayer said, "In fact, bedeviled is just a name. To put it simply, it means that a cultivator's mind has deviated and he has become a cruel and bloodthirsty devil. A person who has become bedeviled does everything for the sake of killing. There are no rules to speak of. Such a cultivator was also extremely difficult to deal with in ancient times. There was once a strong cultivator who became bedeviled and slaughtered several races. Hundreds of millions of creatures were destroyed. In the end, the immortals of the heavenly court took action and suppressed and eliminated the devil. Qin Shujian asked with a serious face, "How can one become bedeviled?" It's hard to say, but Sai Hanhai's situation should be a problem with his cultivation method. Godslayer said faintly, "I didn't know his situation at first, but after seeing the scene on the battlefield, I finally understood. Didn't you say that the East Pattern Mansion was quiet and peaceful and there was rarely any killing? You should know that killing is pervasive between heaven and earth. This is the killing tribulation that naturally overflows from heaven and earth. All those who are contaminated by this killing will have a faint impulse to kill in their hearts. It just depends on each person's character, which determines whether a person will really kill and how much he will kill. There is no killing aura in the East Pattern Mansion. The reason is that all the killing aura in the entire East Pattern Mansion was absorbed and suppressed by Sai Hanhai alone. That is to say, he is actually suppressing the killing aura of heaven and earth in his body. This is an extremely terrifying killing aura. It would be fine if it was during normal times, but the killing aura in the battle was too strong, which caused some deviation. In the end, he was suppressed by the killing aura of heaven and earth in his body, so he became like that. Qin Shujian was shocked. He didn't expect Sai Hanhai to be like this. Godslayer said, "Speaking of which, to be able to suppress the killing aura of heaven and earth in an entire mansion with the strength of one person, he is also an amazing person. What a pity." His words were full of regret. P.S. Let's talk about the rest of the day. I used to stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning to write, but now I don't dare to because I am afraid that I may suddenly die one day. Support the original version. Chidian Chinese networks. I am decent. Chapter 577. No wonder. No wonder when I went to the East Pattern Mansion last time, this ancient mansion was so strange. Qin Shujian instantly thought of many things, including some things that Sai Hanhai showed when he fought with him for the first time. He suppressed the killing of heaven and earth in a mansion by himself. What kind of cultivation method did Sai Hanhai practice, or did he really want to create a pure land? Qin Shujian was not sure. If it was the former, it would be fine. But if it was the latter, it would be a bit abnormal. Yes. Abnormal. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't survive. If Sai Hanhai could suppress it all the time, it would be fine. But now he was devoured by the killing of heaven and earth, and he went crazy in an instant. The god-slaying saber said, "If you meet him again, kill him if possible. Can't a person who has gone crazy turn back?" "It's difficult," Godslayer said lightly, and then said, "In ancient times, there were very few cultivators who went crazy. But every cultivator who went crazy would eventually cause a shocking massacre. Such a cultivator could use the killing of heaven and earth to improve his strength. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was the incarnation of the killing of heaven and earth. Demons exist for killing. From the moment he went crazy, he was no longer a human, nor was he any other race. He could still remember his human nature during the war. But now, I'm afraid he has completely lost himself. Such a cultivator, it's fine if he doesn't grow up. But once he grows up, he will definitely be beyond your imagination." Qin Shujian was slightly silent. After a while, He said, that is to say, Sai Hanhai is no longer a human. Then, who went crazy in ancient times could finally walk out? To be honest, Qin Shujian had no intention of killing Sai Hanhai for the time being. After all, it was just a guess. It was not appropriate to kill him. The main reason was that they were still allies, and Sai Hanhai had killed many powerful enemies of various races this time. There are, but very few. Godslayer said, there was once an expert in the ancient Buddha clan who went crazy and finally broke out of the devil and reached the level of divine transcendence. The divine transcendence he mentioned was not the divine transcendence of the celestial being realm. For this, Qin Shujian also understood. Godslayer said, that person has been infected by the killing power of heaven and earth. It is very difficult for him to turn back. However, if he can really suppress the killing power of heaven and earth, the human race will definitely have one more ancient true immortal. Ancient true immortals? Qin Shujian looked puzzled and asked, what's the difference between them and immortals? There's no difference. It's just that those who have reached that level of cultivation have already understood themselves. They've gotten rid of the false and retained the true. That's why they're also known as true immortals. Godslayer said calmly. Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. Ancient true immortals? Demonic or not? None of that had much to do with him. He was really tired now. Subsequently, Qin Shujian walked out of the inherited martial hall and arrived at the forbidden area. Compared to the overall spiritual energy of the main sect, the spirit qi in the forbidden area was actually about the same. However, there were only two reasons why Qin Shujian liked to cultivate in forbidden areas. The first reason was that the forbidden grounds were safe and comfortable. Moreover, no matter what kind of commotion one caused while cultivating, one would not have to worry about any negative consequences. The second reason. It was that the forbidden area was very high and he could see the clouds when he looked up. It gave him the illusion that he was as high as heaven and earth. As for this feeling, Qin Shujian liked it very much. Walking into the forbidden area, Qin Shujian threw out the Chenkuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow from another storage ring. Then, he was too lazy to care about them. In that battle, the effect of these two Dao artifacts was zero. There was nothing he could do about it. Because Qin Shujian found that his strength had increased too quickly. It was so fast that many things around him could not keep up with his pace. It was the same for the Dao artifacts. It was the same for the other people in Yuan sect. Even the Dao artifact, Mountain Blood, which had been with him for a long time, was actually not very useful. It was just that it was convenient to use. That was why he had been carrying it. The Four-Seal Dao artifact. In a battle between mighty figures and above, unless self-destruction could have some effect, it was not much different from fighting with bare hands. The only thing that Qin Shujian regretted was that he had blown up the 13-grade Golden Lotus. But if it was not for the self-destruction of the Seven-Seal Dao artifact, it would not have affected the High Priest of the God Clan at all. An expert of that level, only a Seven-Seal Dao artifact could play a sufficient role. Fortunately, Yuan sect's luck had long reached an extremely prosperous level. So even if they lost a Seven-Seal Dao artifact, their level did not drop. At this moment, when he activated his Dharma eye to look, he saw the luck of the yellow clouds rise and turn into a city, suppressing the world in all directions. It was just that compared to the past, the luck of the yellow clouds now was much thinner. After all, they had lost a Seven-Seal Dao artifact. It was already a good thing that they did not drop in level. Qin Shujian did not care too much about the rest. Seeing this, Qin Shujian said, in ancient times, was there a way to use luck to fight against the enemy? Many. Luck is the deepest foundation of a clan. In ancient times, many clans had the means to use luck. Once luck is added to the body, the strength that can be exerted is extremely terrifying. Godslayer thought for a moment and said, actually, it is not difficult to use luck to fight against the enemy. Take Yuan sect's luck for example. You are the master of Yuan sect and Yuan sect was founded by yourself, so you are connected to Yuan sect's luck. You can infuse your divine sense into your destiny, and you'll naturally become one with it. In ancient times, It was very common to use luck to fight against the enemy. For many clans, luck was their biggest trump card. Even if they were facing an expert who was much stronger than them, as long as they were fighting on their own territory, they would not be afraid at all. Then, Godslayer said again, however, if you want to use luck to fight, you need to do one thing, and that is to sense the existence of luck. Only by doing this can you have the opportunity to use luck. But to be honest, there is no specific way to sense the existence of luck. Some people can sense the luck attached to certain important things and then use it as a medium to directly communicate with the main body of luck. In my opinion, the statue in your sect is very good. It has the sect's faith and also the sect's luck attached to it. You must know that the power of faith is the most convenient way to communicate with luck. Sensing luck. Communicating with luck. Qin Shujian was deep in thought. Then, his eyes turned into stars and looked at Yuan sect's luck in the sky. He then spread out his divine consciousness according to the method that Godslayer had mentioned. Then, Qin Shujian felt his mind tremble. Then, a warm feeling instantly gushed into his heart. Furthermore, he also realized that his vision had changed abruptly. It was as though he could see through Yuan Zhong's location. Heaven and earth buzzed. The luck in the yellow clouds vibrated and turned from illusion to reality. They could only see a city that covered thousands of miles, like a magnified version of Cold Mountain City. At this moment, everyone in Yuan's sect seemed to have sensed something. When they looked up at the sky, they happened to see the city formed by the yellow clouds. What is that? I don't know, but that city looks a little familiar. Familiar? That is clearly a magnified version of Cold Mountain City. Many Yuan sect disciples were shocked. When the luck appeared, they realized that there was a faint connection between them and the City of Luck. In their consciousness, Godslayer fell silent. He originally wanted to tell Qin Shujian that it was very difficult to borrow luck. Until now, Godslayer was glad that he didn't say it out loud so quickly. At the same time, he couldn't help but suspect that Qin Shujian had already known the way to communicate with luck and deliberately came to make fun of him. If that wasn't the case, then it would be a little scary. Innately connecting with luck, this doesn't seem right. Godslayer muttered to himself. He had never seen anyone who could naturally connect with luck. There were many experts in the ancient times. However, there was almost no one who could do that. Just as Godslayer was doubting himself, Qin Shujian had already completely connected with the luck. The person standing in the City of Luck also opened his eyes at this moment. Then, Qin Shujian took a step into the air and seemed to have merged with the person of luck. Boom! The luck was vast and mighty, sweeping across the sky. Qin Shujian stood at the top of the Liang Mountain City. A feeling that the world was in his control surged in his heart. At that moment, the Guyuan ancestral cannon in his body circulated uncontrollably. Then, one star acupoint after another opened up. It was almost a breath's time. The number of star acupoints reached 36,500, which was also the level of perfection of the 6th level of the celestial being realm. That feeling, it made Qin Shujian feel that if he were to face the high priest of the god clan, he wouldn't need to detonate his 13th grade golden lotus. He would be able to fight the other party head-on. Such a huge commotion, it directly caused the Liang Mountain spirit domain to shake. When everyone saw the enlarged version of Cold Mountain City, as well as Qin Shujian standing on top of the city walls, they immediately understood what was going on. Obviously, the only person who could cause such a huge commotion was the one in the Origin sect. The number one expert in the cultivation world lives up to his name. Blue Cloud sect. Qing Shu's current state wasn't very good. Feeling the power that made people want to submit, he also felt a lot of emotions. The battle to open the restriction of heaven and earth, the Blue Cloud sect also participated. It was during that battle that Qing Shu truly felt how small he was. He also understood how terrifying a true top expert was. All along, Qing Shu knew that Qin Shujian was very strong. But only in that battle did he understand that the other party's strength was more than just strong. It was already so strong that it made people despair. Countless celestial being experts from various clans died in the hands of Qin Shujian. Those experts who died in the hands of the other party, even the weakest of them could easily crush him to death with a single finger. In this battle, the Blue Cloud sect also suffered a lot of losses. However, Qing Shu was relieved in his heart. Although the Blue Cloud sect had suffered a lot of losses, but at least, they had killed many cultivators from various clans. Qing Shu estimated for a moment and said to himself, I took advantage of the chaos to kill 2 foreign clans in the spirit martial realm. Then, I also killed many disciples of the sect. At the very most, I have killed at least 20 true martial realm experts. One true martial realm expert guaranteed 10 years of peace. More than 20 true martial realm experts meant more than 200 years. In addition, one spiritual martial realm expert guaranteed 100 years of inheritance. In this battle, the Blue Cloud sect could directly exchange for more than 400 years, nearly 500 years of recuperation. Although the Blue Cloud sect paid a heavy price for this. But in Qing Shu's opinion, it was all worth it. Because this battle was not only for the imperial court, but also for himself as a human. It was already good enough to be protected after the battle. As long as the imperial court was not destroyed, the human emperor would not die. Then, the other party's words would always be effective. 500 years of time, Qing Shu estimated that the Blue Cloud sect should be able to cultivate many experts. At least, they would be more powerful than now. By the way, I remember the human emperor said that there would be a reward. It's been so many days, why haven't I seen it yet? Did he forget about the Blue Cloud sect? Qing Shu thought for a moment, wondering if he should ask the imperial court. But after some hesitation, he decided to wait. After all, there were too many sects participating in this battle. It would take a lot of time for the imperial court to distribute the resources. On the other side, Qin Shujian also broke away from the luck. When the luck left his body, the originally opened acupoints collapsed and closed, and he was quickly beaten back to his original state. After falling back to the forbidden grounds, Qin Shujian muttered to himself, to be able to raise one's cultivation by one small level by borrowing luck once, this assistance is pretty good. If I were in the Mount Liang spirit domain and had an ancestral armament, I would be able to raise my cultivation by one small level. Then my strength should be almost equivalent to the divine emperor's. Hearing this, the Godslayer said faintly, that's right, with the current weakness of the myriad clans, if you borrow the sect's luck, your strength will already be comparable to the nirvana stage. With the current situation of the laws of heaven and earth, although it has been perfected, it is still not that easy to give birth to an immortal. He could really control luck. When he saw Qin Shujian fuse with his luck, the Godslayer was truly stunned. Controlling luck was not something to be surprised about. But the speed at which the other party controlled it was truly shocking. Moreover, when Qin Shujian was at the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, he could already match the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. Then, with the support of luck, reaching the 6th level of the Heaven Realm and matching the Nirvana stage didn't seem to be a big problem. The 6th level of the Heaven Realm against the Nirvana stage. The Godslayer recalled that when the human race was at its peak, there seemed to be such a person. Although there weren't many, but there were. Moreover, after knowing Qin Shujian's potential, the Godslayer wasn't surprised at all. After he finished speaking, the Godslayer continued, that is to say, your sect's luck isn't strong enough. If your luck is strong enough, the increase would definitely be more than this. If my sect level is raised to the 7th level, can I reach the 7th level of the Heaven Realm? If Yuan Zhong can reach the 7th level, even if you have just entered the 7th level, with the support of luck, you can reach the 8th or 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Every step forward after the 5th level force is a huge breakthrough. The further you go, the greater the gap between each level. A 7-seal Dao artifact may be able to directly promote a force from the 1st level to the 6th level, but if you want to promote from the 6th level to the 7th level, 3 to 5 7-seal Dao artifacts may not be able to do it. As for the 7th level and above, the promotion requirements are even higher. The Godslayer regained his feeling of being Zhu Bing and taught. Whether it was in the past or now, Yuan Zhong is actually only at the beginning of the 6th level. However, After detonating the 13th level Golden Lotus, your luck has dropped a lot. Otherwise, on your current foundation, with the support of luck, you can directly reach the 7th level of the Heaven Realm. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. After learning some things from the Godslayer, Qin Shujian was not stingy with saying a few good words. In his eyes, this saber was a veritable big shot. With the Godslayer in hand, he had the capital to rival the emperor of a clan. Or else, Qin Shujian felt that at most, he could fight against a 9th level Heaven Realm expert, and he had to rely on the power of rules. If the rules were weakened, it would be a problem whether he could fight against a 9th level Heaven Realm expert. However, there was nothing unexpected about fighting against an 8th level Heaven Realm expert. Ordinary 8th level Heaven Realm experts, like the God Clan's GUU ancient cultivators, could basically hang them up and beat them up. Qin Shujian thought of something else and asked, Senior, is there really 10,000 races in the so-called 10,000 races? He had doubts about this when he had connected the 3 continents. Although there were many races participating in the war. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, there seemed to be only 20 or 30 races at most. In addition, there were those who watched the battle in the dark. Qin Shujian estimated that there were at most 100 races. It was called the 10,000 races, but in the end, there were only about 100 races. It couldn't be that the Emperor of Heaven destroyed 9,900 races with a single slash, right? If that was the case, it wasn't without reason that the Emperor of Heaven was notorious for 10,000 years in the hearts of the 10,000 races. Not to mention anything else. If he was a member of the 10,000 races, he would also destroy a race like the human race. If another Emperor of Heaven was born, what would the remaining races do? The Godslayer said, the 10,000 races is just a general term, but in fact, the 10,000 races far exceed this number. In fact, before the human race, there was once a race that wanted to rule the 10,000 races, and that was the demon race. Compared to the Emperor of Heaven who established the heavenly court and suppressed the 10,000 races, the demon race was even more ambitious. In ancient times, the demon race had a shockingly talented emperor who wanted to gather all the 10,000 races in the world and classify them as the demon race. In other words, that demon emperor wanted to use the demon race to suppress all the 10,000 races, so that only the demon race existed in the world. So arrogant. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up? Qin Shujian couldn't help but blurt out. When the Emperor of Heaven established the heavenly court, it could be considered that the 10,000 races ruled the world together. It was just that the Emperor of Heaven's position was higher, and no one dared to disobey him. However, this demon emperor's approach was to truly accept the 10,000 races and make the demon race the only existence in the world. Fight, why not? The Godslayer said indifferently, the race that every living being belongs to is their root. Now that they are all under the control of the demon race, they are digging up their roots. Therefore, the 10,000 races in the world rebelled against the demon race. That demon emperor led the demon race that submitted to him to fight against the experts of the 10,000 races. In that battle, countless experts died. It was also that battle that buried the glory of the ancient demon race. Similarly, the 10,000 races were also heavily injured. After countless years, it was the turn of the human race to give birth to the Emperor of Heaven. Considering the lesson of the demon race, the Emperor of Heaven didn't let the 10,000 races belong to the human race. Instead, he used another method to establish the heavenly court and rule the world together with the immortals of the 10,000 races. It was as if he had said too much at once. The Godslayer paused for a moment and said, however, although that demon emperor has fallen, the demon race still exists. All the scaled beasts and birds in the world who submitted to the demon emperor were collectively called the demon race. Those who were unwilling to submit were independent races. Therefore, there was not much difference between the demon race and the non-demon race. Before the demon race was established, there were many more races than now. It was only after the demon race was established that many races abandoned the past and called themselves the demon race. Hearing this, Qin Shujian finally understood what the so-called 10,000 races were. If the other races that were unwilling to submit to the demon race were counted, then there were indeed a lot of 10,000 races. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the birds alone were divided into hundreds and thousands. If these races were included in the demon race, they would be collectively called the demon race. They could only be considered a race if they were unwilling to submit to the demon race and chose to be independent. Then these birds could be divided into hundreds and thousands of races. After understanding these things, Qin Shujian was extremely shocked by the courage of the demon emperor in the ancient times. He destroyed all races and only left the demon race. What kind of person would be able to have such an idea? It was only because that demon emperor was not strong enough that he was killed by the 10,000 races. Otherwise, he would probably call himself a demon now. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian said, "What realm was that demon emperor in? I'm not sure." There are rumors that the demon emperor had already surpassed the realm of the ninth heaven immortal. There are also rumors that the demon emperor was as powerful as the emperor of heaven. In fact, after so many years, there's no point in searching. Can't we even trace the river of time? Qin Shujian thought of the scene of the human emperor pulling the river of time. He was really itching for such a method. Godslayer said, "No, the battle between experts of that level, even if it is engraved in the river of time, is an extremely dangerous area. However, in fact, that battle has already broken the river of time. Just like the battle between the heavenly court and the demon abyss at the end of the ancient times, that battle will definitely affect the river of time. The so-called break is that even if you walk back from the river of time, you won't be able to see what you want to see. Moreover, it's not so easy to walk the river of time. The longer the time, the more difficult it is. When you have the chance to set foot in the future, you will understand. The ancient fault. The ancient fault. How could it be so simple to say that it was a fault? There would always be earth-shattering battles in history, but not every battle could cause a fault." Godslayer's words also made Qin Shujian think deeply. He also understood Zhu Bing's words. Just like the battle 200,000 years ago, that battle was also quite vast. It was the most tragic battle between the human race and the 10,000 races after the Antiquity Age. However, that battle did not cause a gap, nor did it classify the battle 200,000 years ago as the Antiquity Age. To put it bluntly, that battle was not enough to interrupt the river of time. This could be seen from the fact that the human emperor could replay the scene of that battle. According to Qin Shujian's guess. To do that, perhaps it would require an expert at the level of the Emperor of Heaven to fight to the death in order to truly create an era, cut off the river of time, and bury a period of time. P.S. Third update, please subscribe, monthly votes, support the original version, Chijian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. Chapter 578. After understanding the situation of the myriad races, Qin Shujian also understood a lot. Moreover, he also learned more about the glorious history of the demon race. In his opinion, if it wasn't for that demon emperor's ambition, there might not be anything about the Emperor of Heaven. However, that demon emperor was very strong, but his brain didn't seem to be working. He didn't have the strength to destroy the myriad races, but he had the heart to do so. The consequences of attacking together could be imagined. Therefore, that demon emperor's death was not unjust. Later on, the Emperor of Heaven was much smarter. He didn't let the myriad races of the world belong to the human race. Instead, he used a gentle method and established the heavenly court to rule the myriad races. Unfortunately, later on, the demon abyss came and completely ruined the glory of the heavenly court. Qin Shujian said, "How many years has the Emperor of Heaven ruled the myriad races since he established the heavenly court?" "It has been exactly 90,000 years since the demon abyss arrived," Godslayer said without hesitation. As the Zhu Bing of the human race, the Emperor of Heaven was also an expert of the human race. He firmly remembered the glorious history of the heavenly court. Strictly speaking. In fact, the heavenly court was also a part of the human race. The reason why he didn't use the name of the human race and instead used the name of the heavenly court was to avoid following in the footsteps of that demon emperor. In Godslayer's opinion, if it had been a few hundred years or even a few million years, perhaps the myriad races would gradually disappear, leaving only the heavenly court and the human race. At that time, the myriad races of the world would belong to the human race. Although the two had similar goals, one method was too forceful and reckless, while the other method was much gentler and didn't cause too much backlash. Godslayer sighed and said, "It's a pity that the demon abyss destroyed the heavenly court. Otherwise, even if the myriad races didn't belong to the human race wouldn't be persecuted by the myriad races. The human race has been declining for too long. Now, it's time for an ancient human emperor or even an expert at the level of the Emperor of Heaven to walk out. You and the current human emperor are the most promising people to reach that step," Godslayer said. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. He chuckled and said, "Senior, do you think I should be the human sovereign or the Emperor of Heaven? Do you want to be the human emperor or the Emperor of Heaven?" The Godslayer threw the question back. Qin Shujian's smile faded a little. He shook his head and said, "It's too early to talk about anything. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Speaking of which, I also have something I want to ask. Do you recognize the stone spear in Marquis Baiyun's hand?" "I have some impression of it. It seems to be the weapon of an emperor or an immortal." Godslayer tried to recall and said, "It's been too long. I can't remember it clearly, but the aura that stone spear emitted gave me some impression. I've dealt with him before. Although there were not many ancestral armaments in the ancient era, there were more than 2 or 3 ancestral armaments. Ever since the birth of the world, countless races had been born. Perhaps some of them had given birth to ancestral armaments. But later, when the races were destroyed, the Zubing moved around and finally fell into the hands of an expert. But what I can be sure of is that the Zubing didn't belong to any of the races that survived today. Because if there was a race that survived, the Zubing of that race would never fall into the hands of an outsider, because there's no possibility of the Zubing betraying them. Once they betray their race, it's the same as betraying their beliefs. They will directly fall from the level of the Zubing. Only when the race they belong to is destroyed will the Zubing choose another race to be its user. Godslayer had some impression of the stone spear. At the very least, he was sure that he had met the Zubing before. However, there was one thing that the god-slaying blade was certain of. That ancestral armament was not a human's ancestral armament. The reason for that was because the human race only possessed a total of 3 ancestral armaments. Thus, how could he not recognize them? Therefore, Marquis Baiyun's Zubing must be from an alien race. But the same logic applied. The Zubing of an alien race would not fall into the hands of an alien race. Only when the race was destroyed could it choose a master from another race. Godslayer said, "I almost forgot about it before you mentioned it. Now that you mention it, I remember something. The Marquis Baiyun you mentioned seems to be a person favored by fate. To be able to get the help of the Zubing, he himself is a person with great fate. There seems to be something wrong with this era. A race can't give birth to so many sons of fate in the same era. After all, the fate of heaven and earth is limited, and the share of fate that a race can occupy is also limited. Judging from the current situation of the human race, it's already the limit for 1 son of fate to appear in each era. 2 sons of fate would be a little unusual, but now there are 3. Boy, I can tell you clearly that there is definitely something wrong with this era. It's either a great prosperity or a terrible calamity is coming. But no matter which one it is, it will inevitably be accompanied by war and killing. If you are not careful, you may end up with the extinction of your race." At the mention of the Marquis Baiyun, Godslayer was also very surprised. During the war, he didn't have time to care so much. After the war, Qin Shujian asked a series of questions, which also stunned Godslayer. Until he mentioned the Marquis Baiyun. Only then did Godslayer think of this matter again. It was very unusual for 3 sons of fate to appear in one era. Qin Shujian also felt the seriousness of the other party's words. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Senior, what do you mean? Do you know how to give birth to a son of fate?" "Senior, please enlighten me." Godslayer said, "Every once in a while, a son of fate will be born in a race. That person is favored by the fate of heaven and earth, and is also favored by the fate of the race. Whenever a son of fate appears, at least more than half of the fate of the race will gather on that person. It is precisely because of this that a second son of fate is rarely born. Every time a son of fate dies, a new son of fate will be born after 10,000 years. But the current situation is definitely not that simple." Godslayer's tone was very grave. The son of fate was not as simple as a few words. The child of destiny of any race was destined to maintain the glory of that race, or to lead a declining race out of its doldrums. Such a person. It was absolutely impossible to ignore. But now that Godslayer had discovered 3 sons of fate, it was equivalent to saying that the human race might be overloading its foundation. Therefore, when he discovered this problem, Godslayer's first reaction was to wonder if the human race had reached the point of extinction. That was why 3 sons of fate were born in one breath, in a final desperate struggle. Originally, Godslayer had 2 guesses, but after opening up the 3 major continents, the strength of the other races was not enough to destroy the human race. Therefore, he only had one guess. The demon abyss. Boy, the future great tribulation of the demon abyss may be the time when the human race is destroyed. Otherwise, it would not have given birth to so many sons of fate. This is definitely because the fate of the human race itself has felt the threat of extinction. At the end of ancient times, the human race gave birth to 2 sons of fate. One was the Emperor of Heaven, and the other was the human Emperor. This time, it is even more exaggerated. 3 were born at once, and it is unknown whether there will be more. The future great tribulation of the demon abyss may completely overturn the human race. The fate of the human race has sensed the danger, so it has done this. Regarding Godslayer's words, Qin Shujian's expression also eased a little. The great tribulation of the demon abyss. During that long period of time, he didn't feel any urgency. Who cares about the great tribulation? As long as I am strong enough, there will be no problem. If I am not strong enough, it will be a waste of time to think about it. Senior, am I right? If you put it that way, there is no problem. Godslayer's tone was much calmer. Indeed. What was the use of thinking so much? Whether it was 1 son of fate or 10 sons of fate, when the time comes, all he had to do was to fight. In short, he just had to do his best. Subsequently, Qin Shujian did not pay attention to Godslayer. He opened the seal of the storage ring and took out the arm of the ancient Buddha. It was obviously a stone arm, but there was pale golden blood gushing out of the broken part. When the arm left the storage ring, it suddenly erupted with a vast power, as if to suppress Qin Shujian. Even if it was a broken arm, the power it exerted could easily suppress a mighty figure. In the face of such power, Qin Shujian did not intend to fight. He directly took out Godslayer and then suppressed the broken arm. Godslayer stood in the air, and the saber energy turned into a cage, imprisoning the broken arm inside. As for Zhu Bing, there was nothing he could do about the broken arm of the ancient Buddha. After all, his arm was cut off by Godslayer himself. Looking at the arm that was still alive, Qin Shujian clicked his tongue in wonder. Senior, do you know the origin of the ancient Buddha clan? Haven't you already seen that the ancient Buddha clan was actually cultivated from stone statues? Oh, stone people. Qin Shujian nodded as if he understood something. He really did not expect that stone could become a clan. If that was the case, there would be too many clans. Godslayer said, "Don't underestimate the ancient Buddha clan." The ancient Buddha clan was also a big clan in ancient times because there were also emperors in the ancient Buddha clan. When they were in the heavenly court, although their strength was not as strong as the human emperor, they were definitely not ordinary. The ancient Buddha emperor of this generation is actually not weak, but the human emperor of the human clan is too strong. If you want to refine the blood essence of the ancient Buddha, you have to be careful because it will be harder to refine than Star Sage's blood essence. There was a hidden meaning. The ancient Buddha emperor was stronger than Star Sage. Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Star Sage was also in the Nirvana realm, but he actually did not know how strong Star Sage was. However, seeing that the ancient Buddha Emperor was hung up and beaten by the human emperor, it seemed that the ancient Buddha Emperor's strength was just average. With such a deduction, Star Sage's strength seemed to be just that. As if seeing through Qin Shujian's inner thoughts, Godslayer said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the ancient Buddha Emperor. It's just that the human emperor of the human clan is too strong. I even suspect that at his peak strength, he can already kill immortals. With your current strength, even if you add Zhu Bing, it's impossible to contend against the ancient Buddha Emperor. Senior, you're right." Qin Shujian did not argue with him. Then, he looked at the ancient Buddha's arm in front of him and directly swallowed it with the red lotus of purgation. When the flame spoke, Yi Zichen was stunned. The stone saber seemed to tremble slightly. Godslayer said involuntarily, "Boy, what kind of fire is this?" During the battle, the god-slaying saber did not have much of a reaction when Qin Shujian used the red lotus of delusion. This was because he was hiding in the other party's sea of consciousness and did not feel the power of the flames. But now it was different. As soon as the red lotus of purgation appeared, Godslayer felt his divine thoughts tremble. Even Zhu Bing's body felt a great threat. Such a flame. Even with his knowledge and experience, he had never seen or heard of such a thing. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "It's just a little trick. Senior, you don't have to worry about it." He did not tell Godslayer too much. Although the red lotus of purgation had been used now, Qin Shujian still did not want too many people to know too much about the red lotus of purgation. There were some things. It was fine to see it, but it was not necessary to say it out loud. For this, Godslayer did not ask any more questions. He could see that Qin Shujian did not intend to tell him about this. Looking at the flame that swallowed the ancient Buddha's arm, Godslayer's heart was filled with great fear. He was sure Qin Shujian definitely had a big secret. After only a few minutes, the ancient Buddha's arm was refined, leaving only a red lotus lying there quietly. At the same time, in the western continent, at the top of the mountains, there stood a huge palace. The ancient Buddha Emperor was sitting in the golden lotus. The broken arm in his left hand had not fully recovered. Zhu Bing's saber energy lingered around the broken arm. Just as Qin Shujian was about to refine his arm, the ancient Buddha Emperor felt something. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the eastern continent. The human clan. The ancient Buddha Emperor's petrified face did not show any specific changes in expression. This time, all the clans had fallen in the hands of the human clan. He was the same. The human emperor's strength was simply terrifying. If it were not for the fact that the rules of heaven and earth had just been perfected and could not give birth to an immortal, the ancient Buddha Emperor would have thought that the human emperor was not a supreme expert of the Nirvana realm, but a true immortal. With his own strength, he fought against 4 emperors. The human emperor's strength was something the ancient Buddha Emperor had never seen in his life. The human clan is blessed by the heavens. After the decline of the ancient times, their luck has continued to this day. Just the eastern continent alone can give birth to such a powerhouse. It really surprised me. Thinking of the human emperor, the ancient Buddha Emperor sighed. He really did not expect the human emperor to be so strong. When he returned here, the ancient Buddha Emperor also figured out some things. At that time, the human emperor was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. Or else, it would not be as simple as just one slash. Obviously, at that time, the human emperor was already holding on, so he did not chase after them. After just one slash, he let them escape. But even if he figured out this matter, the ancient Buddha Emperor did not plan to go back and fight the human emperor again. The human emperor was an arrow at the end of its flight. He was also seriously injured. And the ancient Buddha Emperor was not sure. Was the human emperor really at his limit, or was it a trick to deceive them? But one thing was certain. Before his injuries were healed, the ancient Buddha Emperor had no intention of fighting the human emperor head-on. As for whether the human clan would attack the ancient Buddha clan, he was not worried. In the ancient times, The ancient Buddha clan was a big clan. Now that all clans had declined, the ancient Buddha clan was still powerful. In this battle, except for him who was seriously injured, the rest of the ancient Buddha clan experts were unscathed. Moreover, this was the territory of the ancient Buddha clan. If the human emperor really attacked, the ancient Buddha emperor was confident that he could fight the human emperor head-on with the luck of the ancient Buddha clan. Soon, the ancient Buddha emperor thought of the godslayer in the human emperor's hands and said to himself, "Weren't Zhu Bing destroyed in the ancient times? How could there still be Zhu Bing left? Could it be that the human clan left a backup plan in the ancient times?" He was not sure. Because of the great calamity of the ancient demon abyss, thousands of clans fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Even with Zhu Bing, after killing a large number of demons, they were also destroyed in the calamity. Therefore, there were almost no Zhu Bing that could really survive. If there was one, it would be the heavenly demon temple of the demon clan. Unfortunately, when the restriction of heaven and earth in the eastern continent was activated, the only heavenly demon temple was abandoned in the eastern continent, causing Zhu Bing to completely disappear in the three major continents. Now, the human clan had taken out two Zhu Bing at once. The ancient Buddha emperor was also very afraid of this. The human emperor was strong enough. If he were to possess an ancestral armament, who would be able to contend against him? Immediately after, the ancient Buddha emperor condensed the appearance of Qin Shujian and Marquis Baiyun, and then spread the news throughout the ancient Buddha clan. Suddenly, in the territory of the ancient Buddha clan, the sleeping stone statues woke up one after another. Pay close attention to the situation in the three major continents. These two humans have Zhu Bing in their hands. Find a way to seize it. Yes, my emperor. Many ancient Buddha clan powerhouses bowed and accepted the order. The ancient Buddha emperor thought for a moment, and then said, "Qin Shujian of the human clan is very powerful, not much weaker than the emperors of the various clans. If it's not necessary, don't conflict with him for the time being. Pay attention to the other human clan." Yes, the ancient Buddha clan powerhouses accepted the order. After doing all this, the ancient Buddha emperor did not say anything else. The principle of picking the soft persimmon to pinch was that there was no distinction between races. Between Qin Shujian and Marquis Baiyun, it was obvious that Marquis Baiyun was easier to bully. Even though Marquis Baiyun had fought against 5 experts at the 8th or 9th level of the celestial realm and remained undefeated, in terms of Qin Shujian's ability to severely injure the high priest of the celestial realm, Marquis Baiyun was still far inferior. Meanwhile, the demon clan, the celestial race, the blood eldar, and other clans all issued the same order. The human clan had 2 Zhu Bing in their hands, and even the demon clan felt uneasy. Because even if the heavenly demon temple recovered, the demon clan only had 1 Zhu Bing, and they could not compete with it at all. Moreover, it was the same order as the ancient Buddha emperor. The target of these clans was only Marquis Baiyun. There was no other way. Qin Shujian was too powerful, and they did not want to act rashly. Not to mention how difficult it was to kill a human with the strength of a ruler, the price they would have to pay was not something that the various clans could bear at the moment. Therefore, Marquis Baiyun was the best target. After all, in terms of strength, Marquis Baiyun's battle record was obviously not as brilliant as Qin Shujian's, and he was not as intimidating. However, the orders of the various clans were only spread in the 3 continents. The humans were now in control of the passageway. The various clans could not infiltrate the eastern continent at all. If they forced their way through the passageway, it would be equivalent to starting a war with the humans again. The current situation, the various clans did not want to fight anymore. Especially the God clan. The divine emperor was severely injured, and the high priest was severely injured. Half of the celestial beings had fallen, and they almost fell from the top level. If it were not for the fact that the divine emperor was still alive, there would be clans attacking the God clan now. Therefore, the God clan did not dare to openly confront the humans anymore. If they really fought, even if the humans suffered heavy losses, the God clan would definitely be finished. Just like that. Without knowing it, Marquis Baiyun had inexplicably become the softest persimmon in the eyes of the various clans. Eastern continent, Mount Liang's spiritual domain. In front of Godslayer's perception, the ancient Buddha's broken arm was directly refined by the red lotus of purgation. The body of a Nirvana realm powerhouse could not hold on for long in front of flames. Such a scene also made Godslayer extremely fearful. Subsequently, in front of Godslayer, Qin Shujian directly held the red lotus of purgation and absorbed the energy contained in it. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy crazily surged into his body. Just as Godslayer had said, the ancient Buddha Emperor's strength was even more terrifying than the Star Saint's, and a drop of the Star Saint's blood essence could open up thousands or hundreds of star acupoints in the past. Now, the ancient Buddha Emperor's arm contained at least 2 or 3 drops of blood essence. Under such circumstances, the energy contained in the red lotus exceeded Qin Shujian's imagination. When this vast amount of energy converged into his body, Qin Shujian originally wanted to open up the star acupoints directly. With the strength of this energy, he might be able to break through to the 5th level of the celestial being realm. However, thinking of his original plan, he suppressed this impulse. He stood there motionlessly, controlling the pure energy to gather in the stellar acupoint that he had already opened. Rumble. The star acupoints that had been successfully opened were now expanding little by little under the bombardment of energy. That's right. Qin Shujian was now improving his foundation. Because according to his guess, no matter how strong his foundation was, consuming the same amount of life force would definitely be able to improve his realm. Since that was the case, in that case, he might as well strengthen his foundation before accumulating enough life force to strengthen his foundation. At that time, he would use the life force to break through in one fell swoop. Qin Shujian had a hunch that his increased strength would definitely be much stronger than his current breakthrough. So, Qin Shujian was too lazy to open up new acupoints, so he might as well strengthen his foundation directly. Anyway, when his foundation became stronger, his strength would also increase accordingly. At most, the extent of the increase would not be as much as opening up the star acupoints directly. 2 hours passed. Qin Shujian had just completely digested this energy. He saw that the 13,200 star acupoints in his body had expanded by 1/5 from their original size. This expansion, it was a transformation of the whole body. With the expansion of the star acupoints, Qin Shujian felt that his strength had also improved a lot. Although he did not break through his realm and did not open up new acupoints, the expansion of the acupoints was already a disguised improvement. Qin Shujian made an estimation in his mind. Before refining the ancient Buddha Emperor's broken arm, his combat strength was 21,000. Now, his combat strength had reached 23 or 4,000. Qin Shujian was satisfied with such an increase in combat strength. Next, he turned his attention to the storage ring again. There was still the monster emperor's broken body and bloodling Huang's flesh. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.